As I look to the horizon, not a cloud, but then stormy weather's go too cold. Seems like it breaks up out of nowhere, all around you is not what you foretold. You never see it coming. You see that my mind is too fast for eyes. You're done but the time it hit you, you're not surprised. Think you got your game planned out. Do it, get 'em 2 steps ahead, yeah. So step into my way, stand out. It's a trap, one step, and you're dead. Why just a little second dazzle with the sky, but now lightning's like your last result. It's not an accident that no one hears your cries as your last dream seems to desert. You never see it coming. You see that my mind is too fast for eyes. You're done but the time it hit you, you're not surprised. I'm coming, but you, my game's always so fast, so fine. You're spanning, but the net you didn't catch it in time. Better think about your game. Are you sure your next move's the right one for you? Are you sure you won't get outmaneuvered again, my friend? You never see it coming. You see that my mind is too fast for eyes. You're done but the time it hit you, you're not surprised. I'm coming, but you, my game's always so fast, so fine. You're spanning, but the net you didn't catch it in time.
Hello, it's a Magnum. True, especially on an ice cream. ASMR stream. How is everyone? Weather alert. Weather alert. Where's the weather alert? Hmm? Doing well over here? How well are you doing? That is good. ASMR. Mm-hmm. Hills, how are you doing? What is it over there? Morning? It's 10 p.m. It's 10 p.m. and you're white. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. How many people are here? 7. 7 people are here for the ASMR. That's good. It's good ASMR. Now choose your poison. Calm game, action game, Japanese style RPG game, Western style RPG game. Mm-mm. Ice cream is good. Western style RPG. Okay. What is MNB? What is an MNB? What's this? Oh, is that a good game? Okay. I'm gonna play your favorite game then. Your favorite Western game. Mm-hmm. I know you crave it. Like the Craven. I'm going to play it because it's the big game now. It's the big game to play. I think. I think everybody keeps talking about this game and how great it is. Or something. Mm-hmm. No sound. No sound. I'm not gonna play the game without a sound. That just makes no sense. Why is the sound not working? The Sea of Stars is not a Western style RPG. I know, but without the sound, I'm not even going to try to fix the video. Okay, I'm gonna have to change the game. I'm very sad. I'm very sorry. Wait, since when do I have that game? Oh gosh. Want me to play Baldur's Gate free? Hands up if you want me to play Baldur's Gate free for a bit. Because it turns out it appeared in my library through a friend's library. Vote in the chat if you want me to test Baldur's Gate free. Guess no Baldur's Gate free fans in this chat. I thought Baldur's Gate was supposed to be this super like popular game. Oh, okay, that's 3 people. I'm gonna install it. What? I skew. Wait, hold on. How big is Baldur's Gate 3? 140 gigabytes? Excuse me? Whoa. I thought I had a lot of space now on. Okay, we're gonna have to delete some games. I can't start downloading. I have to delete something. I don't have 140 gigabytes lying around. Okay. I'm gonna tell you a title of a game, and you will write in the chat keep or delete. Okay, keep or yeet. Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition. Keep or yeet. Keep or yeet. Keep. Yeet. Okay, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep Baldur's Gate 1. We need to finish it. Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter World is very big. Monster Hunter World is like 51 gigabytes. Keep. More than one person should vote. There are 10 people watching. I can see the numbers. I see your number. Yeah, I've heard good things. Okay, keep. Sea of Stars. Okay, that's not a contest. I'm not eating Sea of Stars. Even if everybody said yeet, I'm not gonna eat Sea of Stars, okay? It's not that big, I think. How big is Sea of Stars? It's not big. V Rising also keep. I'm not getting rid of V Rising. It's like a special game. V Rising is a special game. Even though it's pretty big. I have no attachment to V Rising. I'm hurt. Old Warcraft is super small. Come on. Tales of Arise, I'm gonna say keep. Because I want to finish it. I'm playing it offline. Even though it's probably massively big. Yeah, it's big, but I have to finish it. I'm sorry. I'm too far into Tales of Arise to just eat it now. Stalker. We keep Stalker. Oh my god. I have to decide to eat something. Star Ocean, the second story R. That's not big. Baldur's Gate 3. If I have enough space. And so far I don't. What game? Okay. So I'm gonna... Baldur's Gate does not have sound. Another game, huh? It is big. Monster Hunter is big. But I just installed it. Do I even have Half-Life 2 installed? Wait, since when do I have that installed? I don't have that installed, do I? I don't have it installed. You know what's really big? Okay. I am so annoyed. I don't know what to... Should we just play a duck game? Do you want me to play a duck game? Oh! No, that's not... How big is this? This has to be massive. And I've not played it for like a long time. No, it's not massive. It's small. What the hell? I thought Warframe would be big, but Warframe is so small. DuckTales. DuckTales is the duck game. I thought Warframe would be massive, but it's actually super small. Now that is a surprise. I thought Warframe was a big game. Elden Ring? Is that a big game? You want me to play Elden Ring? But I cannot play Elden Ring anymore. Ever since President Sunday said it was boring. And I listened to President Sunday about everything. I thought it would be bigger. I can't play Elden Ring anymore. Elden Ring has been declared boring. Duck Tails! Tails! Bloated. You're bloated. Hello. It is huge. So keep or eat, Elden Ring. Keep or eat. We keep it or eat it. I have the plastic duck simulator. Do you want me to test it for you? Do you want me to show it for you? Want me to see the plastic duck simulator? Because I do have that game. Don't be rude. Delete Elder Ring. Okay, Karasu says to delete it, and I'll delete it. So we've deleted Elder Ring. We've deleted Elder Ring. Okay, that's done. Karasu is on the team of the channel, so Karasu has some sort of veto power. Like Orban. Karasu's like Orban. Karasu's veto has power in this in this union. Hello, fake Alec Parker. Hello. I still haven't completed Elden Ring either, but you know, but I haven't been playing it for a year or something. I don't think we're gonna die by XCOM Enemy Unknown. Now that I'm actually hesitant to delete. It's probably not big either. XCOM Enemy Unknown. I'd like to actually play that on stream. Because it's a fun game, even if it's super frustrating. It's not super small. XCOM Enemy Unknown. Yeet or keep. Yeet or keep. Okay. Okay. So we got rid of XCOM. Planetscape Tournament Enhanced Edition. That's gonna be tiny, right? Diablo, not 4 or 3. Are you playing Diablo 1? Diablo 1 is the best one. This Gaia 2. This Gaia 2 has to be small. If it's even on the PC. I'll uninstall it anyway. I like Diablo 1 the most because it's so confined and has the best atmosphere, in my opinion. MMO. An MMO is gonna be huge, and I've not been playing it at all. How much is it? Oh yeah, here we go, here we go. How big is Phantasy Star Online 2? How big is it? Oh my god. Why have I been keeping this massive game on my hard drive? I've not been playing it at all ever. It's... Oh my god. Holy crap. It's still growing. I think we've found our game that will give us enough space. Phantasy Star Online 2, New Genesis, 100 gigabytes. And I've not played it for over a year. I've played through the Phantasy Star Online 2. I've just played through the intro. Yeet. We're deleting this. We're definitely deleting Phantasy Star Online 2. I've played through the introduction. Xenonauts. Do you know what the best game is? I'm gonna show you the best game. Because it's gonna take some time for... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's still not installing. It's taking its time to uninstall. Oh my god. Why did I keep this? Why did I keep this? Why did I keep this on the... If you want to me to get extra anything, Socialix, then you must stop being white and subscribe. Oh my god, why did I keep this on the drive? I've never played it for more than an hour. Why? Why did I have to, of all the traits, why did I have to pick up being a hoarder from father? Oh my god, why did I have to inherit being a hoarder? I have real problem getting rid of things. It is a true issue for me. And that includes files. I am very reluctant to delete files, actually. Even if I don't use them, I'm like, maybe I will use them one day, you know? And they just sit and take space. It's tragic, actually. It's tragic, really. $5 a month. That's right. $5. It's $5 if you have 30 minutes to watch a stream, then you have $5 to give me. It's gonna take a while to uninstall 100 gigabytes, isn't it? It's still uninstalling. Usually it's like uninstalled. And here it's like uninstalling, uninstalling, uninstalling forever, forever, forever. We're gonna play a game in the meantime. Your favorite game. Is it gonna show? Alright, Bad Bunny. Spider-Man! This is the real Infinity War. This game is better than the movie, okay? This is the supreme ultimate Infinity War.
Spider Sting. Shield slash. Charging star. Spider Sting.
You have to gather the Infinity Gems from enemies.
Spider Sting. Spider Sting. Shield slash.
We're gonna kick Captain America's ass.
Spiders.
Stars and stripes. You're gonna beat up the American. He used the gem. Soul gem. Calm down, Thanos. Why is the blocking so good, Chief? Oh my god! Spider-Man, do your best! Oh yeah, and this Spider-Man is an adult, unlike the movie Spider-Man. Stars and stripes. Why block so much, pervert? I missed. I keep missing! There we go. Hello. Spider sense stinging. Now we have to win round 2. I hate how turtly the enemy is. Stop blocking! How do I throw? There we go. Alright, we won! One for JJ. Yeah, one for JJ. You're just so cute when you're unconscious. That sounds very not good. Juggernaut! Look! Oh my god! Okay, I think the game has... It's uninstalled. Let me check. I have to start... Wait, relax. Hey! Okay, we've got enough space now. Let's install the game. Baldur's Gate 3, was it? Oh my god, I've got enough space. What's wrong with the sound now? I think it's because the game is installing. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is too powerful for my computer. Don't come near me. Oh my god. I might have to choose a hard hitter character. Oh my god. Oh my god, we lost again. You know what? Spider-Man is weak. Hey. How about we play as Wolverine? Wolverine. Okay, what's wrong with the music now? Let's go, bub. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Wolverine. Hard hitter character. See? The Marvel movies currently cannot have Wolverine because Sony or something. But this Infinity War has Wolverine, no problem. Alright, overpowered. Rookie. Who is the cute anime girl in your about page? It's you. You're the anime girl. I drew you. I knew you would come sooner or later. Overpowered. What the? I'm already out of HP. Spider-Man has schooled me. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, quiet. Rookie. Wolverine. This is annoying. I should learn how to do it when I play Spider-Man. There we go. Cheese. Uh-oh. Damn. Okay, I lost.
One for JJ.
What's... It was so smooth before. Is it even that... Oh my god. So slow. Rookie. We might change the game soon. We're switching back to Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man more. Juggernaut again! I hate this. Okay, this is the move. You won't let me do it. Well, it is Capcom, so it's the same company, so maybe you're not far off. This game is by Capcom. Yes! We won!
Spider sense is tingling.
It is. For good reason. Boom! Maximum Spider. KO.
One for JJ.
One for J. Jonah Jameson. If you had a brain, you might be dangerous. So mean. If you had a brain, you might be dangerous. Do you know Blackheart, the Marvel character? If you only watch Marvel movies, then you don't know Blackheart. But if you're a true comic book fan, then you might know Blackheart. Oh my god. That is so annoying. Okay. Bastard. You asked for it. Oof. I don't think I've built... If you're an MCU normie, then this is not your Spider-Man. This Spider-Man is an adult. Also... What the hell? Oh, you cheap bastard. Also... What was a... I don't think I've built an audience of fighting game fans. It doesn't feel like... Nobody's enthusiastically commenting. Okay, how many of my viewers actually knew this game before? Serious question. How many of you actually know this game? And the follow-up question is, how many of you have been to an arcade in your life? How many of you have seen an arcade machine live? Me! Oh, you've seen an arcade machine. Or this game. You know this game? You're just so cute when you're unconscious. Oh, that's so bad. That is... lived there during my teenage years. Well, then nobody's commenting on them. Look, it's Iron Man. Unibeam.
Smart bomb. Repulsor blast.
It's Iron Man. But not the snarky junior author, actor. If you're an MCU fan, then Iron Man sounding like that must feel so weird to you. Oh, Superior attack. No snarky Iron Man. There's not a snarky bone in this Iron Man's body. Oh yeah, and this... What the hell, Iron Man? This Iron Man is not Spider-Man's mentor.
Spider sense tingling. Repulsor blast. Repulsor blast. Repulsor blast. Wet ball. Wet ball. Maximum spider. Spider sting. Repulsor blast. Unibeam.
Can't believe I missed. What? Oh, you bastard!
Unibeam.
That was so cheap. Double Dragon. I've been to an arcade, but none of the machines were old games. Oh. Wait! Where do you live, puppy? Arcade salons are still a thing in the US? I thought they died out. I thought they went the way of the dodo or something. Oh, this is a nice level. Come on. Psylocke.
Spider sting.
My favorite level in this game. Jutsu.
Spider sting. Spider sting.
The funniest thing is, this is a game made by a Japanese company that adapts an American comic, and this character that I'm finding is a British woman that inhabits a Japanese woman's body. Oh. Holy crap. Psylocke. So yes, a Japanese company had to adapt for a fighting game a character that is a British person that inhabits a Japanese woman's body.
Spider sting.
From an American comic book.
Spider sting.
Did they do a good job, in your opinion? Did they do a good representation of Psylocke? I lost! No sweat. No sweat. I've just explained it! Oh my god, nobody listens to me. I see how it is. I see how the chat listens to me. I do a whole expose, do a whole explanation, and I ask, did they do a good job at it? And the chat's response is, at what? I'm actually afraid to... I'm scared to think how many people actually pay attention during the segment. It's okay. You don't have to delay. You don't have to apologize. I was just kidding. Actually, the delay in the messages themselves are my fault. The delay in the messages are my fault to begin with. Oh, I lost. Okay, you know what? Okay, we will try one again. Arrogance will always be your downfall. That fits for Spider-Man.
Hey!
I'm gonna bully the small amount of people from actually chatting.
Showtime!
Why is the game slowing down?
Spider sting! Spider sting! Web swing!
A game installing is causing this whole game to slow down.
Web swing! Spider sting! Spider sting! Web ball! Web ball! Spider sting!
Woo! Spider-Man wins! This is an arcade stream.
Web ball! Spider sting! Spider sting! Web ball! Spider sting! Spider sting!
True!
One for Jason.
It's crazy. Okay, we won. We're gonna fight Thanos now. Magneto! Magneto, you bastard! I'm supreme.
Showtime!
Yes. I kill you, Magneto, you bastard! For being evil. Yeah, you don't have Magneto in the MCU. Also, I think this is the best version of Magneto from any medium. How did Capcom make Magneto so cool? And how did all the movies make Magneto so lame? The voice is so cool here of Magneto. While in the movies, just, I don't know. Magneto is so underwhelming in all the movies. It's sad. Because Magneto is supposed to be this cool character. And is not in the movies. You know? Uh-oh. I'm supreme. See how cool Magneto is? Cool, menacing voice.
Web ball! Spider sting!
And in the movies, it's like,
Spider
I'm using Steam, yeah. I am using Steam.
Maximum spider!
You're very cool, but I have to destroy you. For your coolness.
Spider sting.
You're too cool for school. I'm gonna school you. Oh gosh.
Web ball. Maximum spider.
Die, cool villain. Okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with the movie's Magneto unless the English version messed him up. I recall party watching the X-Men movie, but it was Spanish dub. No, I mean the look, the design, the everything. It was very bad. Listen, that Magneto was cool. Doctor Doom. Okay. You don't have Doctor Doom in the MCU.
Spider sting. Spider sting. Spider sting.
Right. Woo!
Spider says tingle.
Die, Doctor Doom.
Web. Spider sting.
Oh god, oh god.
Spider sting.
Okay, now we fight Thanos, the last boss.
For JJ.
Wow, I'm doing good for once. Your cha-cha wasn't bad, but your mambo definitely... What? Thanos! Last level.
Showtime.
Hooray. You're a fool. Did you truly believe I would allow you to defeat me? A billion souls have known death at my hand. It is time you... A billion? Really? You can't tell yourself, or did you hire someone?
Spider sting.
Look, it's death in the background.
Spider sting.
Holy crap.
Spider sting. Maximum spider. Web ball.
I lost against Thanos. You are unworthy, possess the Infinity Gems. Oh damn.
Hey!
Oh, thank you, fake Alec Parker. It's like in those farm games. How do you like the game?
Spider sting! Web swing! Spider sense tingling. Web swing!
Web swing. Uh-oh. Threw a planet at me. You threw a planet at me again! A moon. That's no moon. That's no moon.
Web ball! Web swing! Spider sting! Web swing!
Web swing. Oh. I have more university grads, so I need to remember to dress nicely. Oh.
Web swing! One for JJ.
Oh, the ending. Scarlet Witch. Oh, well, another day, another universe saved. Oh, so how was your day, dear? Anything new going on? Funny, you should ask, Tiger. Think you can fit our baby into that universe you just saved? I'm going to be a father. Well, if I'm going to be a mother, I guess that makes you a father. So does Spider-Man have room in his universe for a wife and a child? AJ, you and the baby are the only universe I need. Uh-huh. Oh. You and the baby are the only universe I need. What a statement. What a statement. The game is far from being installed. The serfs. People sort of forgot about the serfs, haven't they? Oh. Oh. Alright, let's play the duck game. Duck game! Quacky quacky. Okay. Duck tails. Duck tail. I need to create a stream border. Come you feel what? Oh. A stream border. Okay. Thank you. Too loud, too loud, too loud. Toot-ta-toot-ta-toot-ta-toot-ta. Wacky Ducky is here. Hearing duck bird. It's a duck blur. Might solve a mystery or rewrite history. The ducktail. Ducktail. What's boom 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 boom. Behind me. The stranger up behind me. Wait, why isn't the controller working? It usually works. It usually works. Why doesn't it? Why can't I use the controller? That's wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with that sound? It doesn't work. We're gonna restart the game. I'm not gonna play it with a keyboard. Ready? 10 people, no fans of ducks. You're no fans of ducks. Not working. What the hell? What happened to the control? Oh my god. Technical issues suck. I'm not playing this game with a keyboard. No way. So we're gonna have to play something else. I'm sorry, gigglers. I'm not gonna... I don't know. I'm not like that. I'm not that kind of gal. Let's see. I've got your favorite game. I've got you covered. Where is it? I've got you covered. got you covered. Forever. Wait, do I actually have it on screen? I don't, of course. There it is. Where's the sound? What? Oh my god, why am I experiencing so much technical trouble? Is it because of Baldur's Gate? Whole computer is like, I don't know, standing in my way or something. There we go. Now sound. True, rest in peace. Game. Game. I'm game. Where is the music? Oh my god, there's no music. I couldn't use the controller in the game before. And with this game, I cannot, there's no music. Not a Lucy day. Not a Lucy day indeed. Sonic the Hedgehog franchise is 70% off right now. Like, can you even believe that? Okay, let's try DuckTales again. Maybe now the controller will work. Oh, come on, don't be mean. Listen, if I had a lot of money, I could have had a better computer and then I wouldn't have technical problems ever. But I cannot have a better computer because I'm poor. Because I'm a small streamer. And because of that, I'm gonna have forever technical difficulties. I have to become big like Hassan or some other piker. Okay, we're just gonna go to the classics. Sea of Stars it is. Whatever. Sea of Stars it is, the classic of choice. But if I tried to play Monster Hunter now, the computer would croak. Listen, it's time to bring me to the heights. It's time to bring me to Hassan level of success or whatever. Do I need to become a pirate fan? Do I need to become a One Piece fan in order to reach Hassan's level of prominence? Is that what I need to do? Do I need to get a pirate in here? Do we need a pirate? Is that what we really need? Is that what it takes on the internet to be popular? Or do I have to rage against wokeism like Asmongold? Asmongold has like 100,000 people watching him, believe it or not. Vaush was dunking on him, but 100,000 people watch Asmongold. Does that make you sad? Do you feel slight depression come over you? Right-wing propaganda or Maoist drivel, pick your grift. I don't have to pick anything. I'm gonna be like Haas, infrared, and I'm gonna be a right-wing Maoist. I'm gonna tell you that I'm gonna be a right-wing Maoist, and there's no contradiction between being a right-winger MAGA Maoist. It rolls off the tongue. MAGA Maoism. How do you like them apples? Go, my children, and spread the word of the MAGA Maoism. Oh my god, that is my big break. I'm gonna debate MAGA Maoism with President Sunday, just like Haas has debated MAGA communism with President Sunday. This is gonna be my entry to fame. Asmongold is barely sentient scarecrow. Well, he does get the views. Holy shit, that's even funnier. True. MAGA Maoism. There you go. I've created a new movement. I think I deserve credit for that. I should change my description on the channel to Lucy is the biggest trans Polish streamer and also a MAGA Maoist. Yeah, he has. Oh yes. Oh yes, they've debated. They've debated MAGA communism. So yes, MAGA Maoism for the win. For the win. Leftist is when you kiss Putin's ass, so let's not get personal and intimate. We're gonna talk about Putin today. Our favorite monk, Putin. No, we're just gonna keep it simple. We're gonna talk about Orban. Damn. I've discovered the way to become the biggest political streamer. On the left. Well, it's gonna be more of an Orban segment because we've been talking about Orban every single day. Because we've got an Orban expert on staff. Yeah, Mr. President turns out to be a bigger figure in the community than I thought. I'm the big figure now. Forget about all the other figures. I'm the figure. I'm the only figure you need. And MAGA Maoism is the only ideology you need to follow from now on. I'm gonna write the doctrine of MAGA Maoism on my something. I'm gonna write an essay. If I not fall asleep. You will not fall asleep. How can you listen about me wanting to create MAGA Maoism and even think of falling asleep? I'm a bit hurt. Listen. You are witnessing the creation of a new of a new political movement. But yeah, I had correct read on what happened in Not Do My Fantastic Brain. More that I know Orban very long now and Hungarian follow it. As Hungarian, I followed his career. True. And that's why you're my advisor in life. And that's why you're my advisor in life. Because you know, Orban. And sadly, Western media, even what is those critical of him, misunderstand the issues. Mainly because you want to fall asleep instead of supporting me in the creation of MAGA Maoism. That's why. I'm surprised you even ask. I am shocked that you even ask. Also, we're about to beat this game. I am the one who quacked. Duck mad. Zoshalix. Karasu is my lieutenant in the MAGA Maoist movement. No MAGA Maoist needs to sleep. Sleep is for liberals and MAGA communists. MAGA Maoists don't sleep. Take a power nap, 45 minutes. We're not gonna be doing Orban. Actually, I heard that 45 minutes is actually a pretty optimal power nap if you wanna wake up and not feel groggy. The problem with me and power naps is that it always takes me a long time to fall asleep. So before I fall asleep, like over half of the time on my 45-minute thing is gone. So there's no point in it being the power nap anymore, because, you know, it would work perfectly if I just fall asleep on command and sleep for 45 minutes, but I'm physically unable to do that. So power naps don't work for me. Oh, similar issues. I mean, that makes sense. Thinking how stressed I am, I could even take hours to fall asleep. The sad thing is that I take hours to sleep even when I'm not stressed. Either that or I'm actually always stressed and I just don't realize it. That's also a possibility. Maybe I'm always stressed. I've always had big problems falling asleep. I would just lie and try. The hospital said in its thing that if you cannot fall asleep, there's no point in forcing yourself. That you should actually, stand up and do something, but avoid screens because that will make you not fall asleep more. So if you cannot sleep, wake up, don't watch any screens, and preferably do something like read a paper book. And then for half an hour read a paper book, and then try to sleep again. If you cannot sleep still, read 30 minutes more of a paper book. Does that make sense? Oh. You made it. Congratulations, you have been quite the nuisance. This is the Fleshmancer. Prepare yourself, Fleshmancer. Prepare myself. Ha 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 ha. My foolish child, fighting Solstice warriors is beneath me. Dots. But you didn't make it all the way here, so I will play by the rules. The time has come to decide on the fate of your realm and all of its worlds. Can you defeat my strongest lieutenant? Or will she reign supreme over the cyborgs? Never. Your evil has no place here anymore, said the Kool-Aid thing. How long do you have to try to sleep to determine that you have to get up and read a book? I mean, I'd say that if you cannot fall asleep for more than half an hour, then you probably should get up and start reading the book. Come, yoink. Oh my gosh, I just noticed that this animation is janked. The ninja's not supposed to be wearing her mask anymore. She's supposed to be maskless and a robot, but she's wearing the mask in the video. Look, see, she's supposed to have the uncovered robotic face, but in the animation she had the mask, which is an inconsistency, which means the animation team did not coordinate with the game team. Does that make sense? Should do a moonerang. Hello, Gabriel Thingamajig. I'm gonna title myself as the only streamer that understands Orban's inner workings. The Orban streamer. The MAGA Maoist streamer. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh. fighting the... I wouldn't say this is the last boss, but one of the last bosses probably. Telekinesis crash. Hello. I'm gonna name the segment Nobody Understands Viktor Orban. I'm gonna, I don't know, smugly brag about it. That nobody understands the, what's it called? Motivations of Viktor Orban. No! I need more power. I need more! I'm gonna make the music louder. That's good. That's a good idea. It's actually true. People actually really did not understand Viktor Orban at all. Hi, hello. And Karas is gonna help me. Will I be in one of your segments, Lucy? Of course. But we need to discuss what we could discuss together. Pick a topic and I will prepare to discuss it with you. And then we can have a segment together. No problem. How should I call the segment? People fundamentally misunderstand Viktor Orban? Oh, nice. Thank you, Dark Hanak. It's true. Damn. I've made a mistake. No, I've not made a mistake. Never mind. I'm actually doing well. Never mind. Why aren't you monetized, Lucy? What do you mean? I am. Wait. What do you mean, why aren't I monetized? I am monetized. How do you figure I'm not? What do you mean? I am. You can send me a super chat if you want. Send me a super chat. You'll see that I'm monetized. Wait. Hold on. Something's wrong. Why are you asking me why I'm not monetized when I am? I definitely am monetized. I am monetized on YouTube. What do you mean? What makes you think I'm not? I don't get it. What makes you think I'm not monetized on YouTube? Oh, you're fast. What do you mean? What smiley face? What dollar sign? What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What do you mean? If I'm not monetized, then how can I choose monetization option for my videos? Explain me that. Where are you getting this from? Do you please explain? I am monetized. People have given me super chats. And you can as well. Try sending me a super chat. You should be able to. I swear. What's happening? What does that even mean? A smiley face and another dollar sign. What does that indicate? Can you or can you not send me a super chat? That's the most important thing. But I am on it. Okay, I'm just gonna check it. I'm just gonna check it on stream. You wanted it. Instead of streaming, I'm checking if I'm monetized. Even though I am, I know that I am. Monetization. Oh. Did it turn off? There we go. What else? Okay. Did it change now? Oh my god. Okay, can you now? You should be able to now. You should be able to now. Okay. So if you can now, then please donate. That's all that I can say. Please donate. Since you now know that you can. Oh, thank you for the 2 Canadian dollars, I assume, which are less than US dollars. But thank you nonetheless for the where's the side chat? Did I turn off the side chat by mistake? I have. Oh my god. I turned off the chat window by mistake. I'm so bad. Oh, thank you. Now I'm making money on YouTube because my YouTube is monetized. Because I'm a good girl. How many people watching me are from Canada? How many of you are Canadian? I'm worried now. I wanna... Northern or Ontario. Isn't it? Is it not better? Bear and moose milk country. True. Truer words have never been said in the universe. Maple story. Crystal touch. Light leech. Eating tea after plowing snow. I see. Plowing the snow, huh? What an annoying stalemate. Light leech. I was afraid of that. Crystal touch. What's this? Is this Putin? Say Putin. I don't know. Putin. Putin. Pote. 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 Pouty. Putti. Putin. Putti. Putti. Beauty. Beauty. Wait, we won? Wait, hold, what? That was such a pathetic victory. It was such a sad victory. This cannot be. My power. Master, you promised. I promised opportunity, nothing more. Hey! They've won. It's time to leave, Farul. Oh, come on. I want to be there when they see the final surprise. What are you on about? Ask your new guardian gods. Can you feel it? It's coming from so far away. A world eater. You're the only ones who can destroy it. Godspeed, Luana and Solen. He's really gone. We're free. Hope it's been so long. Valerie, Zalei. We must go now, Sarai. The World Eater has to be stopped. Will you return? We can feel everything now. There's just so much for us to do. So many worlds, I had no idea. This is goodbye then? I guess so, but wait. Haha. Before you go, could I just... Right. It's been great knowing you. I'll make sure future generations know your story and remember you always. It's been great knowing you as well, Teeks. Please stay safe. It's not about us anymore. You take good care of yourselves and your people, okay? I'll do our best in your memory. It's time to go, Valerie. And so our watch begins. Here's hoping it won't be too boring. That'd be a first. Ha ha ha. Hey, don't forget to visit whenever you fly by. You bet. Hiding by your side has been my life's honor. Farewell. That's the end of the game? That's the end of the game! Oh, wait, no, it's not. Never mind. Orban's so disappointing. What a huge boss. What? A bullet time game? I did not expect that. I did not see that coming. That is, wow. Oh, you're back. Holy crap. How many of you people are gonna load? Hold on, this is real bullet hell. Okay. The last boss is bullet hell. I did not see that coming. But here we are. This cannot be the end of the game, I swear. I'm gonna be pissed if this is gonna be the end of the game. A bullet hell fight and that's it. I never went away. Oh, thank you. You should stop being white. So good at bullet hell games. Just kidding, I'm horrible at bullet games. Bullet hell games. Let's go. You're kidding. That's impossible. Did I get a bad ending or something? No way! No! That's no! You're kidding! What? I unlocked a bad ending, I swear that this is impossible. I'm gonna Google this. Like this. What the? What? Where's the phone? I swear I'm gonna Google this. This is impossible. The last boss was a bullet hell minigame? Where's the phone? Hold on. This is impossible. I swear. This is just... What the hell happened? Okay, it has two endings. Okay, I can get the better ending. Okay, phew. Oh my god. But I have to finish all the tasks in the game, which is very annoying. Okay, this game has a second ending. Thank God. In partnership with Kawaloa Knights, Alexis. I'm gonna change the title on all of my platforms, okay? We're gonna add tags, okay? Politics, boom, Viktor Orban. That's not even a tag on YouTube. Oh, there we go, Orban and Hungary. Or maybe the European Union. No, Ukrainian war. Ukraine war. There we go. I'm not playing around. Nobody understands Orban except for me. There we go. That's the new title. Nobody understands Orban. People might think they understand Orban, but they don't. I'm gonna change the title on Twitch as well. We're playing for keeps. How do I even change the title here? There we go, edit. Nobody understands Orban except for me. There we go. We've changed the title on Twitch, we've changed the title on YouTube. We're set. We're golden. Nobody understands Orban except for me. And that'll stay the case forever. It's for as long as I live. Did I turn off the... Oh my god, I turned off the window again. No, I didn't. Wait, where is the... Huh. Wait, where's the... I'm getting annoyed. But the truth is that nobody understands Orban apart from me. Yeah. Be quiet. Where's the stream window? Oh, I've got too many tabs. Oh, I swear. Why do I have so many tabs? I swear I should turn some of these off. There you go. There you go. I win. I win against everyone in the world. Because I'm supreme. Politics, thinker, genius, big brained, whatever it's called. It's called being a genius. That's what it's called. It's called knowing the unknown, the unknowingly known, and all that's in between. I'm gonna use a special cream that's gonna add me 51 million points of IQ to my high Q. And then I'm gonna be invincible in the politics sphere, whatever thing. Who knows, if I do well enough, maybe I'll even have a pirate on this show one day. People seem to like it. People seem to resonate with pirates online, at least. Let's see. Watashi wa Kaizoku Ojo ni naru. How's that? Already I should be seeing a big spike in numbers after what I just said. The music is like Spyro Classic. You've used the cream. I should use the cream on my face as well. Hold on. Red screen. Yarr! What is this? How babies are born and oh my god, that is so vile, but it's true, so I cannot even complain about it. I've learned some biology. The best way to dance is to do this from one. When I die, bury me near my beloved in Ukraine. Just like in that famous Polish song. The green Ukraine. Or just green Ukraine. Green Ukraine, bury me. It's for me to know and for you to wonder. You will never die. That's true. The legend never dies. The legend will never die. Or at least that is what the game said. Soul Edge. That was a game before Soul Calibur. Soul Edge was so popular that it became Soul Calibur. Brr. Soul Calibur goes brr. True. If only. If only. Soul Calibur is my husband's favorite game. True. But it's Soul Edge. I'm gonna show you the we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna show you the intro to Soul Edge. Soul Edge. How long are the subtitles for this game? Hurry it up. Chop chop. I've got important segments to do. I've got important politics to do. I'm a big social political figure. I'm a huge political figure. People are waiting for me to give my takes. People are waiting for me. People are waiting for me to tell my opinion. People are waiting for me to know. Socialix, are you still white after all this time? That is such a disappointment. I'm so disappointed in you. I want to see something. Wait, where's the... What the hell? Oh! I'm such a silly little... Wait! The serfs have finished streaming and they've not raided me? The most famous lefty streamer who has just today created the MAGA Maoism? Oh, wow. Wow. I'm gonna take down the serfs next. The serfs are on my kill list. I'm gonna take them down, even though the serfs just one person, which is weird. You're also white! Oh my god. Wait, how am I red again? That is for me to know and for you to wonder. How weird is that? The serfs are a single person. It's as if I called my channel the Lucys, but I'm just one Lucy. Isn't that weird? Isn't that just suspicious? Sir. Are you calling me cheese? Serfs going down. True. I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get him. If you want me to get him, I'm gonna need funds, war funds against the serfs. So if you want me to get him, donate. This is a bop. Well, he started to stream with someone else back in the days. Wait, who? I have no idea about that lore. Who was the other serf? That is where the name stems from. Who's the other serf? Was there some, I don't know, falling out? Did the serfs hate each other and, I don't know, get a divorce? The serfs divorced each other? The servors of divorce of the serfs? What happened? There was a guy who is not well known. A guy. Why are you focusing on the fact that it's a guy? Two guys can get married, Kara. So it's we live in a brand new world. What do you mean? We don't live in that old bad world anymore where two men could not get married. No, not falling out, but rather the person is not that much on screen appearance. Oh. Wait, so the person is still part of the serfs? It is. I've never heard them. I assumed there was multiple people. Real talk, I haven't been impressed by Lance in quite a long time. Wait, why not? Why haven't you been impressed by Lance? We're gonna watch a Lance video now so that you can be impressed. Before we do the Orban thing, we're gonna do a Lance thing because I'm gonna impress you, okay? You shouldn't be so harsh. Maybe you'll be super impressed. Self-exclusive radical feminists. Self-inclusive. The other guy was Destiny, and Destiny always burns all bridges down. Oh yeah? Destiny burns down all the bridges? Well, he has not burned a bridge down with me. How about that? Our bridge is intact. I have an intact bridge with Destiny. In fact, we have marriage vows after us. Why not Orban first? Because Orban is gonna be a long segment. Wait, Lance is gonna be a long segment as well. Never mind, we're doing Orban. I've changed the title. We're doing Orban. You're right. You're right, we're doing Orban. Whatever, I don't care. Orban no matter what. Orban goes first in the blah blah blah. What am I even saying here? I thought you were getting divorced. We're working on it, counseling and stuff. I cannot afford a divorce because nobody's donating. I distrust Lance and the Illuminati and their whole thing. How? I swear, the ending credits to this game are longer than the game itself. And that's saying something because this game was quite long. They also ditched her like a month, meanwhile Vosh has explicitly said he will never drop shoe. Who ditched who? Who ditched who? I've been ditched? Ditched! Vaush. Prize month. Finish the subtitle. Oh god. We're never gonna get to Orban, are we? I swear. Have I known that this was gonna be like 3 hours of today's stream, I would have postponed finishing the game. The 3 next hours of this stream are gonna be watching this screen forever. And you get to watch me talking nonsense, so it's okay. Why are we watching the credits? Because there's something after the credits for sure. There has to be something after the credits, right? Sunday has defended Shu though. Eudaimonia is his Discord, I believe. Eudaimonia. Get Eudaimonia in here. I'm gonna debate him. In fact, get Shu on Head in here. I'm gonna debate Shu on Head. Let's go. That's gonna be my ticket to victory, apart from the MAGA Maoism thing. Let's go. Debate me, Shu on Head. If you don't debate me 5 minutes, you're a coward. You're a coward. Coward, coward, coward. She's very effective with sexists. Sexists think she's naive because uwu. Damn. Hello, Magrex TV. Welcome. How did you find this? I know how you found this stream. You came here to find out why I know more about Orban than anybody else and why everybody's wrong about Orban. Well, don't worry. After these endless credits finally end, we're gonna go to the Orban segment. Don't worry. It's gonna happen. I promise you it's gonna happen, okay? No, I don't promise you it's gonna happen. I swear it's gonna happen. I swear on my honor it's gonna happen. So stay in here. Stay in the Twitch chat. I need Twitch viewers to actually, I don't know, to make it... You are going to be my only sort of justification for actually dual streaming. You're gonna be my justification for actually streaming on Twitch as well. So welcome. We're gonna be talking about Viktor Orban. Oh yeah? How much do you know about Viktor Orban? Are you Hungarian? How far back have you been tracing Orban's career? Answer me these two questions. And I'll know just how much you know about Viktor Orban. Oh, you are Hungarian. Never mind then. But I've got a Hungarian expert on the team here, so it's okay. So we're evenly matched, sort of. Your first-hand experience matches my second-hand whispers. So what is... Oh, great. You should stay. You should stay. You should stay, Magrek Stevie. I'm gonna give Karasu the link to the Twitch so that Karasu can engage you in the chat. Because we've got a Hungarian viewer, so I'm really wondering if our only Hungarian viewer for today is going to be happy with my coverage of you know, Orban. Where is the other Hungarian? On Twitch. I gave you the link. I'm dual streaming. So we're about to start. We are about to start the Also follow me on Twitch. I'm gonna say that our... I'm just gonna say that our segment on Orban is probably gonna be more insightful than most pundits. Because most pundits are probably just gonna celebrate that he backed down, that he has learned his lesson, that probably the EU has pressured him and he backed down because he knows he's weak and bad, and in the future he's not gonna get his, which is not what happened. But I know that everybody basically is just gonna say that oh they've shown Orban who's boss, which is not exactly how that went. So brace yourselves for a time of your life. Brace yourselves for the best stream you're ever gonna see in your entire lives. Okay, how long is this gonna go on? I'm really starting to feel that the credits are longer than the game itself. I don't have a Twitch account though. Oh damn. I'm gonna read you what the person said, Karasu. I was just browsing politics streams. Also, I highly doubt you know more about him than I do. I'm literally Hungarian. That's the only thing that the person said so far. I hope you're still watching. Because we're about to get in deep. Deep, deep, deep. So deep that you cannot get any deeper ever. Is this like patrons for the games Patreon or something? I think maybe. I think so. I think this is a game that was... Orban is a Protestant Freemason. Deep Road. Like, do you mean the waters? Do you mean the Watergate scandal, Deep Road? Still here. Kitteny, stop it! Oh my god! Oh, stop it! That's not what I meant, you perverts! I can't believe you. All you can think of is dirty thoughts. That was just trolling, Karasu, don't worry. That was not the Hungarian viewer. That was some person. That was some troll that just came in. That was... I know that was confusing, but that was not actually the... That's not the opinion of the Hungarian person in the audience. That's someone else that came in Twitch. Because I've got now Twitch 5 viewers. Oh my god. I'm so shocked. That does not happen every day. Now I feel so vindicated that I'm streaming on Twitch. Hello, Twitch viewers. Is this gonna go forever? This is literally going to go forever. Oh my god. Oh! Speaking of which, I actually forgot to advertise myself on President Sunday's thing. So maybe we'll get a few more souls to... I sure hope that somebody raises me or, I don't know, reacts to my debate with Food Shops. President Sunday, you promised this to me a year ago. I thought I was a cute anime girl, not a troll. I mean, those things are not mutually exclusive. You can be a cute anime girl and a troll, because those are usually trolls. Oh, that was a long time ago. I've written the best post that you could possibly write in such circumstances. What a thumbnail. That is so epic. Okay, this is the best. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. I'm so proud of this one. I am so proud. Wow. Wowzers trousers. This is amazing. You should tell President Sunday to come here. Come here, President Sunday. Don't be shy. There we go. I even read it in the... Wait, is it on a loop? This is like, what the hell is happening? There we go. I'm so tired of this. Enough. Enough. Ultra speed. We're gonna get DC, but we're gonna get through this. How many... Oh my... Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Karasu, for reminding me that I could do this all this time. Mythological trolls, no just the regular ones. There we go. We've done it. We're not gonna take this. Oh my god, we would have been here all day. Why is this so long? This game didn't even have a proper ending. And the last boss was a bullet hell minigame. Make an ending, make an upgrade to this game and make a proper ending. Thanks for playing. Okay. Are they going for the Guinness record? Do they want to take it away from Final Fantasy XIV? So we gather each year as they fly by our world on their never-ending watch, and together we remember their story. Hi, Sei. Yes. Oh my gosh, so old. Is it true they always fly in on the warrior cook's birthday? No one knows for sure. Sounds rather poetic though, doesn't it? Oh. Now run along everyone, I must check it on the crypt's renovations. Thank you for the story, High Sage. Final Fantasy XIV won the Guinness record on that. How's the progress? Pretty good. I've been thinking about Yomara's notes, you know, about the flood. No worries, I'll make the big window extra thick. Well, do you like the central piece? Yes, it's perfect. The end? Even the game admits that this is a weird ending. Even the game admits this is weird. What happened with Orban, you'll find out in a second. The end? Moorland. A mysterious device has appeared in the moorland. You can now save and return right before the final boss fight to complete side content. The mysterious device might also be worth investigating. The game is taunting me. Stop it, Kiteni. Stop it, or I'll punish you. Okay. So, now we go to full screen. Finally. Finally, we did it. We've managed to do it. Oh my god, now we're gonna talk Orban. Viktor Orban, finally. Like, I swear it felt like it's gonna be like forever, never Orban. But yes, it is time for Viktor Orban. Our topic that we talk about every single day, every day. But for good reasons. This is gonna be so heavily edited because I'm not a great speaker. And as you know, when you're not a great speaker, you just edit everything that's bad out. And then you end up being a brilliant speaker. That is my recipe for being an amazing speaker. I just edit all the awkward parts out, which probably is gonna be like 80 to 90%. And what I'm going to be left with is like a refined diamond of a segment that's gonna get me 1 million views or something, because everybody loves watching political segments. Political things are the most popular thing on the platform. Are you asleep, Karasu? Are you still here? Did you fall asleep through all those credits, or are you still here? I ask as I prepare to use the cream on my face. Warrior KOK. That's how I'm gonna read it. I am around-ish. Don't be around-ish when the Orban segment has started. What do you mean around-ish? Oh my god. This is what happens when I... This is what happens. I swear. I try my best. I do my best. Yes, cream. I do my best and I get rewarded with lashes. As always. My expert is away from action to fact check me. Fact, that's fact check me. Okay, with a T at the end. Don't get any ideas. Fact check. This is how democracy falls. That is true. This is how it falls. We're also going to be talking about Donald Tusk, who is credited for some reason for... I'm going to... Never mind. See, I'm already speaking like 10 steps ahead, even though I should be starting from step 1. I'm already talking about step number 15, which is very weird. I shouldn't be speaking about step 15 before step number 5 is even established. What is this? I'm gonna check it. I hope this is nothing bad. I'm gonna risk it. What is this? I'm gonna check it offline.
The lead up, what happened in the lead up of the Ukraine war. The Ukraine war, we were lied to because we're told, this evil Putin trying to take over Europe, and this is his first step to reestablishing the Soviet Empire. And that, it's the same comic
book. And is that a lie?
Yeah, it's the same comic book description we were given of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, which we were just lied into.
Who is this person? That sounds like he's about to die, literally. Who is this guy? He sounds like he's about to die. We actually might react to this later. Never mind. Oh my god, Crater Rained. RFK? Who was this? That person sounded like he was about to just die. RFK, who is that? Like, we will react to this later. That just... Not only does this person sound like he's not have a lot to left on this world, but what he said also... He's running for president? What the... This cannot be real. For real? Robert F. Kennedy for a second. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna react to this later. Oh my god. Thank you for this link. We're gonna take a look at it later. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Orban. We're here to speak about Orban. I think I had it. Wait. I'm just gonna take one. I'm just gonna take it once. It won't hurt me if I already had it. And it will hurt me if I didn't, so I'm just gonna take... Speaking of transness. I think I might be taking it for the second time, but it's better still safe than sorry. Okay. Would you watch this, Lucy? Yes, after our segment about Orban. So, we're gonna do a recap now. Viktor Orban, the person that has been standing in the way of the European Union, so to speak, or rather has been, in a way, standing in the way of Ukraine because he has been the only person who has been vetoing aid for the 50 billion bill for Ukraine. You know what? We're not going to be reading any articles. I know all that I need to know, apart from a few details that I might have to get from an article. But apart from those few details, I'm totally just going to be here in front of the camera talking about Orban, okay? This is going to be just me because I've got knowledge. I don't need to read articles. I have it all in my head. It's all in my head. You don't come here to watch me read boring articles. You watch me to give me your opinions or whatever. Okay, let's go. I'm ready. So Orban, the person that has been vetoing aid for Ukraine, 50 billion euro, 54 billion dollars, $54 billion, give or take. And Europe has been basically trying to get Viktor Orban to get off the veto and to get on board with the European Union. The European Union, according to Financial Times, has went as far as to threaten to target Hungary's economy should Viktor Orban not agree to lift the veto, which was actually yesterday when it comes to European time. And also there has been an option to strip Hungary of its voting right in the European Union altogether, which was an option that, although some people might tell you differently, the European Union was very hesitant to use this nuclear option against Hungary. And should the veto have been upheld, the European Union would be forced to seek other forms of financing to get the big bag of money. And that would be to sort of create this other type of financing to which individual countries would need their individual parliaments agreement, which would mean that it would take a long time and there would be a lot of proceduralism involved, even more than now. And nobody wants that because there's a war going. Ukraine is experiencing a critical shortage of shells. And Ukraine just does not have time. Ukraine also has a huge budget deficit, which has to be plugged through the European funds. Well, also actually ideally through the US funds, but those are not going well, and it doesn't seem like they will go well anytime soon. So everybody has been wondering what's happening. Will Orban lift the veto, especially since he has seemingly doubled down on his main condition for lifting the veto? And that would be to give him the annual ability to veto the multi-year plan of financing of the 50 billion euro. That was seemingly his condition that he would not back off of. And everybody was confused because there was an official visit of Hungary to Ukraine, there were some positive signals that things could be moving forward, and everyone was very confused by what Orban was doing. Everyone was wondering if he was trying to do some last minute deal or some last minute desperate bid in order to not seem weak. But we here at the amazing Lucy has a thing, or rather my sort of domestic expert on the topic of Hungary, the producer of this channel that has been following the career of Viktor Orban for decades, quite literally, has posed to me that she believed that the deal was basically done at the moment of the meeting in Ukraine, when talks of bilateral financing for infrastructure purposes were being held. At that point, my channel Hungary expert basically said that she believed that the veto would be lifted by Orban. And the reasoning behind this is this. Viktor Orban does not have any ideological belief, any deep-seated ideological belief, being pro-Ukraine, being pro-Russia, being pro-Ukraine Union, or any other such thing. Viktor Orban believes in the number one guy. And the number one guy is Viktor Orban. And the number one thing that Viktor Orban cares about is his own regime. And, of course, upkeeping said regime. Karasu Kafka is the resident expert. And so, what Orban has what happened is that we are seeing investment into Hungary from the European Union. The aforementioned important infrastructure investment into, from what I've been translated from Hungarian sources, rail tracks. I think it also included roads that would allow better flow on the Ukrainian-Hungarian border, which is a pretty big investment, right? Which means that in these troubled times of war, when countries that are near Ukraine are suffering from huge inflation, huge rises in prices, and for many people, the lowering of standard of life, such investment means, as Karasu has just said in the chat, redistribution of funds, money, and power. Right? For as long as he and he has to fight to control such redistributional institutes. Right? So he's fighting for funds to keep himself in power, in other words. And those funds came in the, at least as far as we know, in the form of, among other things probably, the investment in the infrastructure. And so came the 1st of February, the long-awaited day when the meeting on the 50 billion aid package would be decided. The world held its breath, especially the European Union held its breath, and many US pundits, political streamers have held their breath. What is going to happen? Is the veto going to be lifted? And the answer is yes. The veto has been lifted and the 50 billion euro aid package has been approved. Because of the aforementioned dealings with Orban. And at the same time, which is very important, the European Union has also announced I have to have the right amount. Where is it? Jesus. Where is it? Okay, I've got it on Twitter. Never mind. I'm just gonna look it up on Twitter because this is a pretty important bonus fact to this. Calm down. Yes. Okay. Where is this? This is gonna also come into play. It's gonna be so heavily edited, you don't even know. But it's gonna be worth it because it's gonna be amazing. Would be curious if Karasu knows how much of the sector is held by Orban's friends, associates, and family members. Karasu, take it away. As I look for the thing that I wanna look for. There are a few things that are worth mentioning about this whole thing. And I want to have the exact. There you go. So the European Union has announced that it will not unfreeze the 6 billion euro financing for Hungary. And I think this is important to talk about when it comes to discussing how Viktor Orban operates, you know? Because here's the important thing, and here is something that people are, in my opinion, missing. And I'm wondering if Karasu will agree with me on this or not, so I'm gonna just say it. The 6 billion euro finance that the European Union is not gonna unfreeze is actually dependent on whether or not Viktor Orban meets certain standards that he has been breaking within his own country. And that would mean, in my opinion, that in order to get the 6 billion, Viktor Orban would actually have to weaken his grip on power. If he would have to sort of correct certain things that he has done to the democratic order in his country. That is my opinion. Which is why, also in my opinion, he will not do it for as long as he can. And he will seek alternative methods of financing that will not have such strings attached. Which is, in my opinion, again, what this whole Ukraine deal negotiation has been about. Getting financing that would not have strings attached that will demand from him basically fixing democracy in his own country. And from what I know, the infrastructure funding does not have such strings attached. So that would be a win for Orban's regime. Exactly. So my thinking on that topic is correct then. Orban is simply looking for alternative financing from the same source, mind you, that will not have certain strings attached and that will enable him to strengthen his rule as it is without having to do any positive changes in the country. And that is what we're seeing now with the deal made with the European Union. So that is what happened. Okay, this is an important aspect of this whole thing. Why? Because many pundits, many articles I've seen, a lot of the media online at least, have framed this whole Orban thing as Orban losing. Okay? I've seen a lot of people saying that Orban has lost, that Orban has been basically pressured into folding. And that is not exactly what happened. I would go as far as to say Orban has won in this situation because he got what he wanted in the end. Okay? It is important not to look at this situation and come to the conclusion that Orban has simply lost. That might be the perception. And ironically enough, that is a perception that serves Orban well. Because if he just folded on the 50 billion, which he supposedly was supposed to be so tough about, that means he's a weakling, right? He folded. He's a champ. Okay? He's a chum. Second, the European Union also said it would not unfreeze the 6 billion. So he also got screwed out of funding. So that's a double loss for Orban. Orban is a double chum in this scenario. There's even this photo when Orban is looking down at a document and everybody made memes that Orban is making a sad face because he lost in this whole thing, because the European Union has showed him who's boss, has pressured him, has shown the willingness to deprive him of the vote within the European Union, which, let's be honest, the European Union was very unwilling to do that. Very unwilling. And that the European Union has basically, some people use the phrasing, threatened to bloody Orban's nose in order to, one, make him fold now, and for him to understand that in the future he will not be able to misuse funds because this bloodied nose threat will be hanging above his head. That is what many people have taken out of this whole thing. right? And that is very, very important to remember that this is, in my opinion, a false perception of what happened. Because Orban did, in the end, get what he wanted. He got financing from a source that will not force him to make any positive changes to the democracy in Hungary. And in exchange, he lifted the veto, which is actually not as big of a pain for him as people assume, because people fundamentally think that Orban is a pro-Russian politician, which is also a very misleading thing to think. People think that Orban's politics are sort of informed by his pro-Russian stance. And in that way, the logical conclusion is Orban, again, has lost. The servant of Russia has lost because the 50 billion package has been passed, which is also a misleading conclusion to a misleading premise, because Orban is not a pro-Russian politician. Orban is not a pro-EU politician. Orban is not a pro-Ukraine politician. Orban is a pro-Orban politician. He will change alliances. He will change allegiances on a dime when he sees that such a move will allow him to stay in power and facilitate it. And as the chat says, people have to understand that Orban has been very anti-Russian up until the 2010s. Criticized, then the left-wing party in power in 2000s, making deals with China or Russia. He criticized deals with China and Russia. Okay? He is not a politician that has an ideological alliance or an ideological leaning towards Russia or the EU or any other group. His only allegiance is to himself and his seat of power. That is a very important thing to remember. And in this sense, we are celebrating an amazing victory for Ukraine, because the 50 billion will allow Ukraine to combat its budget deficiency and greatly help in the war effort, especially considering that Ukraine has been faced right now with a critical shortage of shells, artillery shells. And I would argue that in a big way, it is also a win for Europe, since if Ukraine, in the worst case scenario, would lose, Ukraine would become a huge boon for the newly reborn Russian Empire. And that would mean Putin would be highly encouraged and empowered to continue westward. For example, to Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland. The sky's the limit, right? Should he be able to win and sort of build up on his success, who knows what could be happening, which is why aid is crucial. Aid is just a crucial thing that we need as much of as possible. We need Europe to manufacture its own arms and send it to Ukraine as much as possible and as fast as possible, which is also crucial and not always necessarily the case. But it is also bad news for Hungary. And that is also something that we need to recognize. That it is what happened on the first was, in effect, a continuation of the policy of the European Union and Orban from the past. It is enabling Orban in exchange for gaining something back. It is a deal with the devil, so to speak. You get what you really wish for, but in exchange, you also give a part of your soul. Now let us see what the details of the deal are. I want to take a look at the details of the deal. I want to see what the deal are. Right. So how are you liking the segment so far? I bet it's a bit different from what's being said on other streaming channels, okay? I can guarantee you that. You don't get that nuance anywhere else. That's why you love me more than anybody in the world. And this is what the segment is going to be called. Nobody understands the topic of Viktor Orban or something like that. It's going to be super duper combative and stuff. And if you want to, you can come on stream and debate me on it. There we go. Amazing. Because there are certain details of this deal that I wanna experts react. Oh wow. How would it will impact the war? Oh, well, that is an interesting thing. Mm. And of course, the EU agreement flies in the face of the narrative about Ukraine fatigue, but that's a whole other topic. The so-called Ukraine fatigue that everybody's talking about, right? So that flies in the face of that. And of course, Polish Prime Minister has given a very intense and very heated speech about Orban, which actually we're gonna see, because he said in very strong words, Orban has to decide on whether or not he is part of the European community or not. And I want to see it.
You know, we will have our regular press conference tomorrow.
It's from 8 years ago. We're looking for the new one.
It is a problem for all of
hours ago. We'll see if this is it. Don't worry, this is gonna be so heavily, like, this is gonna be... this is gonna be so heavily edited that it's not even funny.
It is a problem for all of us. I mean, there's no problem with so-called, Ukraine fatigue, for sure. Okay. It is a problem for all of us. I mean, there's no problem with so-called, Ukraine fatigue, for sure. We have Orban fatigue now here in Brussels. We have so many things to solve. Look at the street, not only in Brussels. And of course, what we need today is to strengthen our unity around Ukraine and versus Russia and its aggressive policy. I can't understand, I can't accept this very strange and very egoistic game of Viktor Orban. And there's no room for compromise on our principles like rule of law and for...
I mean, you say there's no compromise, but the fact of the matter is a compromise has been reached. That is the whole problem of the whole that is the problem of this whole situation. You say that there is no compromise, but there is a compromise. A compromise has been reached. The veto has been lifted, and Orban has gotten his funding.
For sure, there's no room for compromise on Ukraine question. And this is why what we can offer to Viktor Orban, as always, it's to treat him fair, according to our rules and procedures, and nothing else.
But he doesn't treat you fair. Should there be consequences, especially if there's no agreement, and if you stay longer and find an agreement with 26 countries? Should you also be thinking about consequences for Hungary?
First of all, I think we have to be more optimistic when it comes to our power of our arguments, and I think that there's no plan B, in fact. And this is for Viktor Orban to decide if Hungary is a part of our community or not. And
I want to listen to
first of all, I think
again.
we have to be
consequences, especially if there's no agreement, and if you stay longer and find an agreement with 20.
This speech was given before the veto was lifted, by the way. Keep in mind, this is a speech from, I'm pretty sure this is a speech from before the veto was had been lifted. And yes, this is Donald Tusk, the new Polish Prime Minister.
6 countries. Should we also be thinking about consequences for Hungary?
First of all, I think we have to be more optimistic when it comes to our power of our arguments, and I think that there's no plan B, in fact. And this is for Viktor Orban to decide if Hungary is a part of our community or not. And
it sounds very nice, but in reality, what this means in practice is there is no plan B. We have to be optimistic. We are going to get a deal that's going to be satisfactory for both parties involved. We're going to get a mutually beneficial deal.
It's clear, it's black and white context, There's my intuition, my instinct is that we will find some strong arguments to convince, at the end of the day, also Viktor.
The strong arguments being financing. The strong argument being money. And, investment.
I think it's my assessment is a little bit different when it comes to December European Council, and because for me the most important thing is the very pragmatic result when it comes to our assessment, the financial support for Ukraine, and this is the goal number one I hope not only for me, but yes, I think that not today. I hope not today, but in a mid-term perspective, we have to think about more. How can I use it? Maybe not tough measures, but more clear consequences. I don't. Yeah, the situation is clearly different because it's the Ukrainian question is an existential one, not only for Poland, for all of us, and this today that.
I would agree. That is a pretty existential topic for Poland, all things considered. So yeah, I would definitely agree with this assessment.
The position of Viktor Orban, this is a threat for our security. It's something so obvious and at the same time unacceptable. And this is why we have to think about all possible measures and all possible consequences in the future, but maybe not today.
How can a compromise look like?
You promised me that it will be a quick one question.
There are no quick questions. There are only long questions.
Ask me this operation. Do you believe that a good decision that you will participate in the Red Sea
It
operation?
is an existential problem for most of us. I mean, even to Hungarians. I mean, the closer you are, the bigger an existential problem. Okay, I'm gonna rephrase that. The closer you are, the bigger an immediate existential problem it becomes. It is a far lesser existential problem for people in the US, probably. At least on paper.
To support US and UK.
That's it for now. So we've got this element of the puzzle. And we've also got a different interesting element of the puzzle, which I would like to read, because Hungary has not only agreed to sort of unveto the funding itself, Hungary has also agreed on how the funding will happen. So we might be reading an article after all, at least a bit of it. Because this is an interesting one. CNN.com. From what I understand, part of the funding of the 50 billion euro will actually happen from the Russian frozen assets in the European Union. And for this, we're gonna actually look at an article, because this one I do not have in my head. And we're gonna see. I think we've touched upon the most important thing that you're not gonna see anywhere else, and that is what Orban's logic is, what the game is, that yes, he has actually gained something from this. It's actually not a loss for Orban. Believe it or not. In my opinion, it's not as much as Viktor Orban has backed down or folded, but rather he has gotten what he wanted, basically. Even if it means the creation of the so-called Orban fatigue. That is not something that he is much bothered with, as long as he gets what he wants. Russia's frozen assets are generating billions. The European Union is getting ready to send them to Ukraine. London, CNN, Russian assets frozen in European accounts are generating billions of dollars in interest payments that could be diverted to help repair Ukraine's war-torn economy. And the European Union just took a step closer to doing that. What is interesting about this is that for legal reasons, I'm not a legal expert by any means, grabbing the actual, I think it's 300 billion, yeah. Grabbing the actual 300 billion euro is not something that the European Union can just do. The procedure for that is complicated enough that the European Union does not even want to touch that. But, as we've discussed before, the generated profit is a far, apparently, logistically and legally easier thing to do. So that is what's gonna happen here. The funds generated through the frozen assets from Russia by the European Union are going to fuel some of the 50 billion aid package that is about to happen. So, after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, Western countries froze nearly half of Moscow's foreign reserves, some 300 billion, 327 billion, around 200 billion, 218 US billion, sits in the European Union, mostly at Euroclear, a financial institution that keeps assets safe for banks, exchanges, and investors. EU leaders agreed a crucial 50 billion euro funding package for Ukraine, which is actually, it's written incorrect here. It's 50 billion euro, and which translates to about $54 billion. It's not $50 billion. It's $54 billion. Funding package for Ukraine on Thursday, and came closer to finalizing a plan to use the profits piling up in Euroclear's account. In a statement issued at the end of a summit, EU leaders said potential revenues could be generated concerning the use of extraordinary revenues held by private entities stemming directly from the immobilized Central Bank of Russia assets. Belgium-based Euroclear disclosed Thursday that it has earned 5.2 billion euro, $5.6 billion. See, they did it correct here. $5.6 billion in interest on income generated by sanctioned Russian assets since they were frozen by EU and group of 7 countries in 2022. The number of sanctions and counter-sanctions that have been introduced since February 2022 are unprecedented and continue to have a significant impact on the daily operations of Euroclear, the group said in a statement. The European Union and its allies are determined to make Russia foot part of the colossal bill for rebuilding Ukraine, estimated by the World Bank a year ago at $411 billion over the next decade. One proposal put forward by the European Commission would involve using a special levy to collect the windfall interest income, which would then be paid into the EU budget for the reconstruction of Ukraine. That plan has been delayed by the legal and financial concerns, with some EU member states and the European Central Bank worried that even carefully targeted measures could fall out of international law and shake confidence in the euro as the world's second biggest reserve currency. The EU has been at pains to contrast the illegality of Russia's invasion with its own strict adherence to the rule of law, which also unfortunately means that certain things will take time because they will be done legally and procedurally. That cannot be avoided if you want to do things to the letter of the law. EU member countries have now agreed in principle to tap this windfall interest income, although the details of how this will be done practically must still be ironed out. The EU diplomat told CNN lawyers are working. CNN lawyers. I have to learn how to read. We're going to read this again. EU member countries have now agreed in principle to tap this windfall interest income, although the details of how this will be done practically must still be ironed out, an EU diplomat told CNN. Lawyers are working on the text of the agreement before returning it to EU member states for final approval. In its earnings statement, Euroclear, which settles cross-border trades and safeguards more than 40 trillion. In its earnings statement, Euroclear, which settles cross-border trades and safeguards more than $40 trillion in assets, said it was focused on minimizing potential legal and operational risks that may arise from proposals by EU officials to hand the money to Ukraine. Euroclear said additional administrative costs relating to the sanctions costed 62 million euro, $67 million last year, with considerable senior management and board focus on the topic. It added that cash on its balance sheet soared 38 billion euro, $41 billion year on year to 162 billion euro, $175 billion, boosted by payments associated with frozen Russian assets, including bonds. These payments include, for example, interest paid on bonds known as coupons or the proceeds generated by securities that mature and are reinvested. Ordinarily, these payments would have been made to Russian bank accounts, but they have been blocked by the sanctions and are generating vast amounts of interest, even more so given the recent spate of rate hikes. Euroclear, for its part, is embroiled in several legal proceedings pertaining to the sanctions, almost exclusively in Russian courts, as claimants seek to access the assets blocked in its books. The company said it continues to retain profits related to these assets until further guidance is provided on the distribution of management of such profits. And this is important because this is also something that Hungary has, along with other European Union countries, agreed to unlock and use in the 50 billion euro package. What else could we possibly say on this subject? We have touched upon Donald Tusk, whom we probably will be talking about still yet again. We have talked about Viktor Orban's basic strategy for this whole thing. What else do we have here? What else do we have here? What other aspect can we possibly... What have we got here? So that is basically it. If I think of something else, I will add it. And I will... Where's the other... Oh my gosh, I lost the other chat. Chat! Where? Oh, there you go. Oh, come on. It's Donald Tusk, not the Donald Tusk, as some pronounce it. The pronunciation Donald Tusk is incorrect. It's very incorrect. It triggers me greatly to hear such pronunciation. What else can we add to the topic? Now I'm thinking what else to add to the Orban topic, because this is going to be so heavily edited that I might as well take a minute. I guess it's also pretty important to add on this whole thing that there won't be an annual veto on the funds. That is anonymous. But there will be, I think, every 2 years there will be a review. Every 2 years there will be a review of sort of this thing. But the most important thing that there won't be an annual veto. That's an important. There will be some sort of a debate every 2 years. Okay. All right. Okay. We can return it for some other time. We can do a separate video on what the details of the deal itself are. So that's fine. Now we can watch that video, because that video is like wild. That is a wild video, Chester. So I'm gonna heed to your advice and I'm gonna listen to this wild video. Oh, Somniostatic, thank you for the tier 4 subscription. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the tier 4. We've just finished a really juicy segment, which I'm really happy that we've got Karasu on the team to sort of... We've delivered it in a way that you will not get it like this anywhere else, okay? We have given nuance to the topic of Viktor Orban. And that is not something that anybody else can boast. But then again, not everybody has followed Viktor Orban's career for decades, including me. But listen, this is a lesson that I will give all of you, okay? This is a lesson that I will give all of you. It's not part of the segment. It is not a sign of wisdom and being smart to try to know everything yourself, okay? You can focus on a couple of things and be a real expert on these things and always know about these things. But you know what? Sometimes when you want to talk about something else and you want to have some in-depth knowledge about it, it's good to have people on your side that know a lot more about it than you. You don't need to know everything. You don't need to know anything. You do need to know something, but you don't need to know everything. Make friends with people that know more, a lot more about the topics that you simply don't have the capacity or time to learn about, and they can be your experts which will inform you on these topics, and then you'll be able to provide a lot more nuance and context to a topic which we have, which sets us apart from other streamers, as I believe not many, especially Western streamers, are in touch with the workings of internal Hungarian politics. I think most of the information that most Western streamers get about Hungary is basically from the articles published online. I would not be shocked, you know, if most, especially US based streamers, are probably learning about Hungary politics from published articles. Okay. Let's watch a meme video and let's, I don't know, play games while we do it. Because this is too meme. This is too memed for me to just watch it like that, you know? Also, I've got good news. While we've been doing all of this, Baldur's Gate 3 has finished downloading and installing. We can play it. So whenever you want me to play some Baldur's, just tell me and we'll take a break from politics and we're gonna play some Baldur's. Because you know what? Sometimes it's good to have a palate cleanser. We are going to talk about all the political topics, but you know what? Sometimes it's just nice to take a little bit of a breather, right? I believe that it's sometimes nice to take a little bit of a break, right? I'm gonna go to the toilet. Be right back.
Let me just tell you kind of the lead up what happened.
Sorry, this guy is your presidential candidate. Really? Is this guy really your presidential candidate? Sorry, force of habit. God damn. God damn. All right then, Also, you should all follow me on Twitch and, you know, subscribe to me on YouTube and do all that other stuff that people should do in order to, you know, facilitate the next stage of victory. Oh damn, 43 minutes. That's actually not a super long video, which is good because people hate watching super long videos. Unless they're made by cooler people than me. But there are no cooler people than me, so there. Oh Lord, RFK Jr. Even the Kennedy family does own him more or less. He's been like this for like 40 years now. I mean, he's a presidential candidate. Don't make light of him. Don't make fun of him. He's a serious politician. He's a serious politician. He's a serious political actor in the space of real life politics, like Brianna Wu. You know? It's 10 minutes, I know. I mean, you say it's going to be 10 minutes, but I'm also going to want to pause and react. So who knows if it's going to be 10 minutes. Maybe it's going to be 20 minutes. Maybe it's going to be 2 hours. Maybe it's going to be 5 days. Maybe you'll force to watch this stream for 5 days in a row. Wouldn't you like that? I've got a big imagination. I can talk about anything at length. I don't run out of things to say. And that's what makes me a real woman. Okay, let's begin. Let's just begin. My intro, because usually streamers give a big intro that makes it into the cold opening, saying something smart and profound. And I'm gonna say, I saw a few seconds of this video. It's crazy. And my analysis tell me that the rest of the video is also gonna be crazy. And boom, boom, boom. Intro's about to start. The duck intro. Let's get into the video.
Let me just tell you kind of the lead up, what happened in the lead up of the Ukraine war. The Ukraine war, we were lied to because we're told, oh yeah, this evil Putin trying to take over Europe, and this is his first step to reestablishing the Soviet.
Okay, first of all, because I cannot get over this, and this has to make it into the actual segment because this is, in my opinion, the most important thing that has to be said about the subject matter of this video. Why does this person sound like he's about to die? Why does this person sound like he's not long to live? He can barely speak. I'm surprised he's not on some sort of oxygen or life support. What's happening here? How is this guy a presidential candidate? Is he gonna, like, everybody says that they pray that Biden, or in the case of the GOP, that Trump makes it to the end of the, I don't know, election. But at least both Trump and Biden can say full sentences without sounding like they're about to die. He does? Okay, fair enough. Well, then I'm not gonna make fun of that. I'm not gonna make fun of some disease that actually affected his. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna make fun of some actual disease that, you know, that affected his vocal cords. Okay. I actually asked because I have no clue about this guy. I'm actually watching this person for the first time. So as you can see, I'm as much as I could give you nuance about Hungary or Poland, I can give you nuance about Poland. I can give you no nuance about US politics. I'm learning about this guy now. Actually didn't know that he had some sort of condition. Okay.
Empire.
We're not making fun of that anymore.
That, it's the same comic.
We're just gonna criticize the content of what he's saying.
At a lie?
Yeah, it's the same comic book description we were given of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, which we were just lied into a war. And yeah, it was a slam dunk.
Okay, first of all, there are two things that I can say right off the bat. First of all, would this person, what's their name? Robert F. Kennedy. Would Robert F. Kennedy say that about World War II as well? That it is just a comic book description to say that Hitler is trying to conquer Europe? Would that be a comic book description? Also, the US has not been pulled into any war. No American troops have been sent to Ukraine. At best, what he can say is that the US has been pulled into spending less than 1% of its GDP on Ukraine aid. Okay? Oh, you cannot see it? And second of all, oh, there's no second of, that's the second of all. Okay? There's no US being pulled into a war. There's none of it. Okay? You would have to say that Hitler was also just a comic book description. He would also, like, this is what annoys me about this, because this person is not some exception to the rule. Many people try to use the argument that the US is being pulled into a war like in Afghanistan, like this is somehow comparable to the invasion of Iraq. How? How is this comparable in any way to those situations when, first of all, no troops are being sent to Ukraine? And the funding is a lot smaller. I almost said infinitely smaller, but that would be a bit overdoing it. But it is definitely a lot smaller than in those other cases. It's far below 1% GDP. It's, what is it, like 0.19? Come on. The real fantasy is what Robert F. Kennedy is telling us now. I'm just wondering if where will it go from here, you know?
That he had weapons of mass destruction. Of course he didn't, and he had nothing to do with terrorism, and he was running the most...
The US should not support Ukraine because Iraq and weapons of mass destruction. Like, come on. I have to wonder, you know? As silly as this argument sound to me, is this something that actually falls on fertile ground in the US? Do people in the US actually only think of wars in terms of Iraq, Afghanistan, and anything that happens is immediately compared to those? Is that what actually happens in the minds of like a regular US person when they think of the Ukrainian war? Does an average American actually ask themselves, oh wait, how is this similar to Afghanistan or Iraq? 1/3 of 1%. That's not a lot. You know? I have to ask this. Is this something that actually finds traction with people? I mean, that's much closer of a comparison. That's much closer of a comparison.
Progressive nation in the Mideast. It was a secularized nation. It wasn't a theocracy. He wouldn't let people,
And I will agree that maybe in hindsight that was a mistake. But
all right,
Putin,
then let me tell you what happened. The real story behind what happened in Ukraine.
Oh, damn.
And let me go back
So
to
this is about to be an educational segment because I actually, as it turns out, I myself don't really know what happened in Ukraine. So I'm about to learn from Robert F. Kennedy what actually happened in Ukraine. Brace yourselves for the real story.
to 1992, because 1992 the walls come down, the Berlin Wall comes down, and Gorbachev does something very courageous. He goes to Tony Blair and George Bush.
How courageous.
And he says, I'm going to allow you to do something that nobody in their right mind would do, which is I'm going to remove 450,000 Russian troops from East Germany, and I'm going to allow you to unify East Germany under NATO, which is a hostile army. But I want one commitment to you, from you. You will never move NATO further to the east.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I knew this was going to be about this. What debate? What are you talking about? What are we talking about a debate now? What, with this guy, with Robert F. Kennedy? Robert F. Kennedy debated streamers? A presidential candidate debated streamer? This is such a lie. I know! That's the whole thing. Of course I know it's a lie. Facebook into a person. Oh my gosh. That sounds so sad. What a sad description. Gorbachev actually, USSR agreed that if that it is the United Germany's choice if they want to or not want to join NATO. That's a bit of a difference, isn't it? I like it when my chat is smart. Because it speaks well to the level of my thing.
Baker, who was then Secretary of State, famously said to him, we will not move NATO 1 inch to the east. So then, 5 years later, 1997, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was the first of the neocons, comes along and proposes, let's move NATO to right up to the Russian borders. We're into 15 nations, okay? And at that time, the most important diplomats in American history at that time were George Kennedy.
The issue that these guys ignore anything else that had been outside of USSR meetings. Oh, do you mean the meeting that we want to look into time and time again, the Warsaw Pact meeting? But there were direct meetings with German leaders and the USSR. That is true. We also need to do the whole, Warsaw Pact meetings. You have to remind me. I have to go to the archives and I have to look that up. And then we have to make a juicy thing out of it. Because we're a history channel, allegedly. Allegedly a history channel.
Who was the architect of the containment policy during the Cold War. He said, if you do that, you're going to force this is crazy. It's insane.
It's crazy.
Russia just lost the Cold War. we should be giving them a Marshall Plan and integrating them into the civilized society, the Western society. Don't make them an enemy. Don't treat them like they're still an enemy. This is gonna force a violent military response from Russia if you do that. Bill Pierce, who was then the Secretary of Defense, threatened Clinton that he would resign if they went ahead with this plan because it was so reckless. And Bill Pierce is now the head of the CIA. Bill Perry, who was the U.S. ambassador to Russia at the time, said the same thing. Why are you doing this? This is crazy. So between now and then, we moved NATO.
Where the U.S. straight up agreed it is United Germany's choice whether or not they want to belong to NATO.
Into 14 countries. Why do we move NATO?
Well, the choice wasn't the Germany's, right? The choice was the U.S., of course.
And because when you move them into a new country,
Germany was just like a pawn on a chessboard. The NATO was moved into Germany by the U.S.
They have to sign a contract that conforms all their weapons purchases to NATO specifications, which means you have to buy the weapons from Northrop Grumman, from these big U.S. military contractors who profit from war. So we move it.
I mean, no offense. If you have a unified military bloc, then yeah, of course you'll have to have all the members have a certain standard of weaponry. But are you saying that it would be beneficial for a military bloc for every country to have separate type of military incompatible with one another? How would that make any sense? I'm sorry that this feels so. You don't even need any expertise to sort of come to the conclusion that in this case having a unified standard is good. Why is the person prone to doing that? Is the person prone to JQing? Is that a hobby for this person? The Jewish question. He's saying that the US put Russia at conflict of interest because of money. I mean, it's not all about the US, believe it or not, Chester 379. Believe it or not, the entirety of geopolitics is not about the US. There are other parties with agency. That might be a very hard fact to swallow, but in fact, there are countries that have agency in this world outside of the US.
In the meantime, we walk away unilaterally from 2 nuclear weapons treaties with Russia. Russia wants those treaties. They're intermediate range missile systems which destabilize Europe when we remove our agreement not to fire missiles on Russia. And we put Aegis missile systems, which are nuclear capable, in Romania and Poland.
But the broad story, listen, you know the details, and these details are, and I'm not taking a side on this, but if there was any, which a lot of people aren't really advocates of, but Trump, if anything, kind of, and whether he was a puppet or not, whatever you believe, he kind of normalized.
No, I'm sorry, but NATO expansion is based on U.S. Even Margaret Thatcher said Europe's defense decisions was solely put on. I'm sorry, this is very. Are you from the U.S., Chester? That's just not how that works. It's not, U.S. decides and countries join, whether they like it or not. Countries join NATO because for one reason or another, they want to join NATO. Okay? Chester, how do you think Poland joined NATO? Do you think it joined NATO because the US said, hello Poland, now you have to join NATO like it or not? Or maybe Poland, with its experience with Russia and later USSR, really wanted to be a part of an alliance, you know, a big military alliance that would guarantee security to its borders. What do you think the answer is, Chester? What was the main factor in this? What the US wanted, or maybe what Poland wanted for itself? Did the US visit Poland one day and say, now that you're out of the Eastern Bloc, you're gonna be part of NATO or we'll destroy you? Was that what happened? In Hungary, there was a referendum, and I myself voted to be in NATO in '97. It almost sounds like, this is wild, but it almost sounds like Hungary joined NATO because it had an interest in joining NATO, and the people of Hungary understood it. Security. How wild. How wild. How wild is that? Okay, we're gonna watch it later. All countries have to agree. It's not just up to the US which country joins NATO. That is not how that works. Do you know how the process works of countries joining NATO? It's not the US says a country joins and no matter what any other countries in NATO say, the country joins. Okay, let's continue.
The Russian relationship, kind of, right? By becoming somewhat of a friend of Putin's. So between that time and the time that Putin, there was no NATO movement between the time after the Trump administration.
Yeah, well, what we did is, and we overthrew the government of Ukraine.
So no, he came into Ukraine before.
We overthrew the government in 2014. USAID, which has spent $5 billion, which is a front for the CIA, which everybody acknowledges, went in there and started a revolution called the Maidan Rebellion, where there was these protests that ended with the overthrow of the elected government of Ukraine that wanted to keep Ukraine neutral. Yanukovych wanted to keep NATO neutral. We wanted a pro-U.S. government, so we went in there in 2014, overthrew their government, and placed a government. And by the way, a month before the overthrow, we now have tapes. You can go on the internet and listen to it. Victoria Nuland, who's the head of the neocons now, the deputy director of the State Department, choosing the new Ukrainian cabinet that will be put in place after the coup that was still a month away. So she knew the coup was coming a month in advance.
But who is she to us?
She's us. She's the head of the State Department. She's now, number 3 in the State Department. But she's been in the State Department. She's one of the, she runs the neocon program, which is, continual wars. So we then pick a new government. The new government comes in, immediately begins attacking the people of Donbass and Lugansk, who are Russian-speaking ethnic Russians. They banned the Russian language, there was 2 languages. There were 2 official languages. Ukraine, they banned that. Violence immediately erupts, and they kill 14. There's a civil war.
14 million.
This war started in 2014. There's 14,000 ethnic Russians are killed. And Putin kept saying, you're killing our people. He's trying to get a peace agreement. They finally work out a peace agreement called the Minsk Accords. Germany
and evil Ukraine broke it all, which is why now Putin is forced to bomb Russian speakers in Kharkiv and other places. This makes perfect sense, Mr. Kennedy. Perfect sense. This is so logical that it strains my brain, my small little brain.
Signs onto it. France signs onto it. England signs onto it, and Russia sign onto it. Zelensky runs in 2019 as president. He has one platform issue. He's a comedian and an actor, which I'm not.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Oh, my wife is one of those.
Okay, all right.
So, but he never had any political experience.
Right.
And he wins with 70% of the vote. Why?
And
Because
yet
he runs
he
on a
does pretty
peace platform. I'm going to sign the Minsk Accords. As soon as he gets in there, Victoria Nuland and the ultra nationalists, which is a nice way of describing the people who run that government now, tell him that he can't do it. He can't sign it. So he pivots, and then Putin then says, okay, Putin is now faced with this problem.
Yes, of course, the whole Nazi conspiracy.
The United States government is now running the government of Ukraine. And
this has been debunked so many times in so many ways that I'm not sure I'm gonna even just watch any streamer that's interested in Ukraine. You will see this debunked any which way. I'm not gonna dignify this with a response. The whole Euromaidan thing.
He is frightened to death that the U.S. Navy is going to go into Vladivostok, which is, the southern port. It's been the Russian port. It's the only warm water port Russia has for 347 years. So he then goes right into Ukraine because into Crimea, and takes Crimea without firing a shot. Doesn't kill a single person because the people of Crimea are ethnic Russian and want him back, want him in there. Donbass and Lugansk then...
By the way, Crimea has a history of being an extremely multi-ethnical, multinational place. Did you know that? Did you know that at some point in history it stopped being a multinational and multi-ethnical country? Can you... How do you imagine that happened? Did all the Crimeans switch to being Russian overnight? Or were there any other factors that sort of contributed to this? Can you tell me, did something happen? Has something happened?
Votes. 90...
even if it's true that Crimea has a lot of Russian speakers, I love how historically for a long time Russia would conquer a place, displace people that lived there to other places, and then move in Russian people and say, hey, look, this place has a lot of Russians, so it's ours. Amazing.
$90 to 10 to join Russia. Putin says, no, I don't want you. I want Ukraine to be a functioning state.
Do you know what was happening in 1957? In 1571. Do you know what was happening in 1571? We learned that yesterday. Crimea was burning Moscow. Some Russian place. There was no series of revolts Russians in Baltics in the 90s. Okay, listen. Buddy, Chester, where are you from? I have to ask you this. Where are you from, Chester? You have to tell me. Tell me now or forever be silent. You're from Latvia. You're not from the Baltics, plural. Now I remember you, Chester. You're from Latvia.
But let's sign the Minsk Accords. And they won't sign it. So then he sends in 40,000 troops. I'm almost done with this. Okay. He sends in 40,000 troops.
This was Lithuania. More than a dozen died and more than 300 wounded. Yes, the Twitch guy. Who never told me why Russia is currently bombing Russians, as he calls them. This is a good opportunity for me to get the answer from Chester why Russia is bombing Russian speakers right now, who clearly want to be part of Russia. And even in Latvia, where you had issues with Latvia having citizen rights, there were no revolts.
That is not somebody who wants to conquer Ukraine. It's a nation of 44 million people. All he wanted was us back at the negotiating table.
And that is why he is currently bombing the entirety of Ukraine. And that is why he is currently bombing Russian speakers. That's because he doesn't want to conquer Ukraine. He just doesn't want to do it. That is also why he's saying that Ukraine is not a real nation, that Ukraine nation has to be wiped off the map. Oh yes, those are not words of someone that wants to conquer Ukraine. So yeah, Chester from Baltic knows actually very little of Baltic's history. Shame on them. Old Chester is from Latvia. We've already sort of established that Chester is specifically from Latvia, as they said.
Zelensky, we will not help Zelensky negotiate, so he goes to Israel.
So Chester says, yes, 40% of people did not receive promised passports, effectively unable to be members of parliament, police, or lawyers. Power was seized by ethnocrats of one culture, says Chester about the Latvian situation.
And gets Naftali Bennett and Erdogan in Turkey to sponsor negotiations, and they go and they work out a peace agreement. And Putin, they sign it in April of 2022. Putin is withdrawing his troops according to this peace agreement. Already starts withdrawing them. Biden sends over Tony Blair and tells Zelensky to rip up the peace agreement. Now, how do we know this? Because all of the negotiators are now talking, including Naftali Bennett. And you can look it up when you're on the internet. You say you spend a lot of time.
I do.
Look at his speech where he tells you what happened. The lead Ukrainian negotiator this week came clean and said, yeah, that's what happened. Oh, of course, Russia's been invaded 3 times through Ukraine. The last time.
So is Russia the good guy?
Russia has been invaded 3 times through Ukraine. Come on. Fuck off. I don't swear much in the streams, but fuck off. Russia has been invaded 3 times through Ukraine. Oh me, oh my. Poor Russia. The poor invaded baby. Not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Guy? In your mind?
No. Russia, it was illegal what Russia did. We have to understand they don't want this war.
No, sure they don't want it.
So let me.
This is just, I'm sorry, Russia has been invaded 3 times through Ukraine. My throat hurts. I'm sorry, this video has violated me. And not in a good way. Oh my God. How old is this again? 2 weeks ago. A video from 2 weeks ago. Massive amount of people in today's Russia is a kind of undocumented migrant who might even be born there. Chester, you realize that Latvia long-term ethno-nationalism is not even necessarily true of all Baltic states, yet alone to Ukraine. Correct. Correct. We watched the plate cleanser from this BS. I just might. It's painful. And that you have the same bloody issues in many sense in Russia. Yep. I would say that in Russia it's probably bigger, but because Russia does not really take care of anyone, I would remind you. Russia terrorizes in equal merit also Russians themselves. Because in Latvia, Russia, unlike Latvia, Russian doesn't even play democracy. It doesn't even pretend to play the democracy game for some ethno-nationalist gain. So let's, have you educated yourself on places like Poland, Hungary, Lithuania, Estonia? You do realize that Latvia is not the entirety of the Baltic states. I do have an answer. I know that the situation in Latvia was bad when it comes to the minorities, but it does not represent the situation in all of the Baltic states. Okay, give me other examples. If you think that Latvia is the main example of how politics are run in the region, then you are sorely mistaken. I'm sorry. Are you saying that Poland, Lithuania, Estonia are run like Latvia? That Latvia is just an example? Now I want an answer to that from Chester. Also, Latvia's laws had been pushed, even in the 90s. Let me dig up. And no country has it as bad as Russia. Are you referring to the Euromaidan? Are you saying that the goal of Euromaidan was to oppress Russian speakers? No, he is not right. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. There is no Baltics game. There is Latvia. There's no Baltics game. You cannot take Latvia, which, no offense, is a pretty small country within this region, and say Latvia represents some Baltics game. I know it sounds a little bit mean. I know it sounds a little bit rough. But Latvia is not the representative of the whole region and its game. Hitler in Ukraine. Ukraine gets total different situation historically and today. That's correct. If that is the case, Chester, then riddle me this. Why are all the Russians in Ukraine pro-Ukraine now? And why is Putin, who is fighting for them in their defense, bombing them? Answer me these two questions. They're pretty simple questions to answer, I bet. Oh my gosh. Am I still on this? Chester, the Latvian expert of all Baltic states. Lucy, please watch this on stream. This answers everything this dipshit on Twitch is saying and more. Okay, we're gonna react to a video, I guess, even though I was planning to do something else. Oh yay. I am loving this. I am loving it. Yay.
Let me just tell you
This is the bad video. This is a bad link, the bad link. There we go. This video. Which video? The American origins of Putin's madness? Which one? Which one do you want us to watch? Chester, come to YouTube chat. You were silenced only for 24 hours. There we go. Damn, we're bullying a chatter. But that's okay. That means I'm growing as a streamer. You have to bully chatters if you want to be a big, healthy streamer or something. Or whatever. It's like, I don't know, something passage, rite of passage. You become a big streamer and you pity the voters, play the voters. Jesus. Join YouTube or whatever, or do whatever you want. I'm not gonna take part in this bully campaign. Also, which video do you want me to watch? That is true, you bullied me too. I did. I took great pleasure in it. That is my favorite pastime. I don't agree. I will never agree. If you would know your Ukrainian history, you would realize that massive issue had been corruption. You never been in Ukraine, though, have you? No. To be fair, I've never been to Ukraine as well. I should go. How Ukraine's fake culture was turned into a real geopolitical conflict. Okay.
Money and use.
We must switch. We must switch the things. Jesus. That was that scared me.
What if?
What if? Or oh my God, are we watching Marvel What If? Oh wait, no, never mind. It was actually good the first time around.
A full-fledged war erupted between Russia and Ukraine. Could a nation roughly the size of Texas stand a fighting chance against Russia's military might? Tom Foreman joins me now. Tom?
A book that we've been reading yesterday said in 2015 that Russia's military might is a PR stunt and a joke, and it's only hyped up by Russian pundits. Keep that in mind. That was the case in 2015. Russia had so many years to prepare for an invasion. But it remained the truth all the way to 2022, basically. One continuous thing was the fed up of these corrupt leaders in Ukraine, hence the popularity of Zelensky, who actually played a character who clears up the Ukrainian elite in a series. But again, you know nothing about Ukraine, barely know anything about Latvia, in which you live, two of the 90s, yet alone Baltics. Or places like Hungary and Poland, because it's not just about the Baltics. Like, the Baltics are not the only places that were part of Eastern Bloc. You have to also remember that, right? I don't know what reality you live, but I live in a reality where people vote based on their ethnic identity. That is pretty interesting, because that's not what happens in Poland at all. If you think that in Polish reality people vote based on their ethnic identity, then you are, I don't know, you're, okay, sure. I mean, Chester, mate, you seem to ignore reality. Like, I can just counter this with saying, well, in Poland, people don't vote based on their ethnic identity. So what now? Because Poland transformed into a nationalist state and still remains anti-multicultural and anti-inclusive. What do you mean? In Poland, a Vietnamese person can run can be in office, and a Vietnamese person has run for office, and a Vietnamese person is as far ethnically from Polish as it can be. So what do you mean? Do I have to run an article about people of different ethnicities that went into politics in Poland? Yes, after so many Polish revolutions. And what Polish revolutions? What are you talking about? What are you referring to here about many Polish revolutions and Poland losing most of its territories to ethnic minorities? What do you mean when you say most of its territories to ethnic minorities? What territory are you referring to? Poland used to be an empire for a second. When? When has Poland ever in its history been an... Okay, I want to hear this. When has Poland ever been an empire? Ever in its entire history? Okay, I want an answer to this now. This is my speciality. When has Poland ever been an empire? Like what, before World War II? Before the partitions? When? This is some what if alt hist tier history analysis. Maybe you could call in on stream and talk to me about it when Poland was an empire. I am interested in discussing that on stream. Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had 4 ethnicities. Are you saying that an empire is when a country has 4 ethnicities? And for the record, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had much more than 4 ethnicities. You're kidding yourself if you think that Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth only had 4 ethnicities. Oh, so what do you mean by majority controlled by Poland and ethnic Polish? That is also not exactly correct. But I would like to hear arguments. There was no nationalism during the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. During the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, nationalism was not a thing. Point me to the nationalism during the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Do it. I dare you to do it. I double dare you to do it. It was. The national question was the cornerstone of... Okay. Thank God I had this. Thank God I have this open for more... Okay, I'm not gonna use mean words. But thank God I've got this open for people like you. Because God, before we start watching the video, do I have a shocking revelation for you? Oh my God, I am so thankful for having checked this out right before stream. I'm so grateful that I've got this link at the ready. Nationalism was nothing in the USSR, huh? Okay. From Marxists.org concerning the national question in Yugoslavia. We're gonna see if the USSR really did not concern itself with such a thing as nationalism, and if nationalism really wasn't a thing in the USSR. Comrades, I think that Semik had not fully understood the main essence of Bolshevik presentation of the national question. The Bolsheviks never separated the national question from the general question of revolution, either before October or after October. The main essence of the Bolshevik approach to the national question is that the Bolsheviks always examined the national question in inseparable connection with the revolutionary perspective. Wow. Damn, that is so interesting. Nationalism wasn't a thing in the USSR. And yet somehow the national question was a core aspect of the whole thing. Can you square that circle for me? No, the Cossacks were not revolting against Poland. That is incorrect. And they were not revolting because Polish nationalists were trying to impose their own culture on Ukrainian regions. You are very uneducated about this topic. You know nothing about it. That is incorrect. That is so incorrect that it's pains me to even read this sentence. There was no nationalism during the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and the Cossacks were not revolting against Poland. They were specifically revolting against all nobles, be they Polish, be they Lithuanian, and I'm gonna shock you here, Ruthenian as well. The Cossacks hated the Ruthenian nobles as well and killed them. There was no national element to the Cossack uprisings. In fact, the Cossacks very openly framed themselves for many uprisings as allies of the king of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but the enemies of the nobles. So can you square that circle for me really quick? Because this is a topic on which I know, I believe fairly a little bit. No? Crickets? I'm giving you time to respond. Crickets? If you think you're gonna know more about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth than me, then I'm sorry to sorely disappoint you. You're probably not going to be able to one-up me on this particular topic. Nope, that is incorrect. Try again. That is absolutely incorrect. The Cossacks were not granted protection. They sought protection from Russia because they decided that since they cannot be made... Okay, what was the... I'm going to ask you this. What was the main goal of the Cossacks in the uprisings against the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth? What was the main goal? What was their main demand that was not met of the nobility? I know what that was. And it was not what you just claimed it to be. Also, there was no such thing as a minority within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The term did not function. Minority, majority. This is a term that was born alongside the nation state. Majority, minority. Within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Polish people were the minority, 40% of the entire Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Ethnic choking from Polish based on religion and generally ethnicity issues. No, incorrect. What the Cossacks wanted was to be made equal to the nobles. They wanted themselves to be as nobles within the siege. That is what they wanted and nothing else. There was no ethnic choking. The problem the Cossacks had with the nobility, that the nobility, after using the Cossacks in wars, wanted to reduce the Cossacks to the role of peasants, basically. And the Cossacks did not want that. They wanted to be made equal to the nobles. So no, again, you're incorrect. Try again. Try again, because you're being sorely incorrect about this. I'm debating Chester again in chat. What are you even talking about? Majority, I think, in Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was Polish. No, it wasn't. That is incorrect. That is laughably incorrect. And that's why it did not survive. It was multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and multi-linguistic Commonwealth, where some nationalists, as usual, decided to take part and impose their rule. And there was no such thing as nationalists. Oh my God. This is what happens when a historical illiterate starts analyzing history. There was no such thing as nationalism. It didn't exist. There were no nationalist fuckers trying to take power as usual. The usual didn't exist back then. There was no usual. It didn't exist. This is the worst kind of taking a concept of a nation state and trying to desperately project it into the past, as if the concept of nationalism always existed and there were some national fuckers, quote unquote, that tried to take power. There was no such thing as nationalism. No, it wouldn't be. You're an idiot. No serious historian would ever speak of any nationalism within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Ever. Historians go out of their way to explain time and time again that such concepts did not apply. The nobles, ethnically Polish nobles, did not feel themselves closer to ethnic peasants than to ethnically Lithuanian nobles. If you think that they felt closer to the peasants, then I don't know what to tell you. Ask this buffoon if he knows about 1990 June 2nd vote, Russian parliament, Russian SFSR, because this person knows nothing about history, even recent one. Usual was feudal hierarchy, if any. Yes! The nobles, the peasants, and all the other estates / hierarchical roles. And if you think that Polish nobles felt more solidarity with Polish peasants than with Lithuanian nobles or Lithuanian nobles, then you're just deluding yourself. And no, to reiterate, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was never an empire. It was a composite state. Look it up. Composite state. In fact, actual real historians also get out of their way to explain that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was never, even for a brief moment in history, an empire. That was a union, a composite state. In fact, look both of these things up. Look up union, look up composite state. Thank you. Oof. Things are not well. Things are not well in Lucy Bland. National movement in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. I don't even know what to say to that. Let's just continue with this because there was no nationalism as such as termed by Polish Commonwealth. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, you mean, was going through a series of moments and expressions of regional identity. No, that is incorrect. We cannot take concepts that exist today and apply them to the past. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. Yes, the word nation was used beforehand, and its meaning was all people living within certain borders. That was the meaning of the nation.
As a simple answer, Jake, no.
Until the bombs started dropping, no one thought Ukraine was worth understanding. The past...
I mean, I did, but maybe that's an American point of view.
10 years of Ukrainian history have been the site of some of the worst journalistic malpractice of the 21st century, on par with the run-up to the Iraq War. And now, like in Iraq, tens of thousands of people are dying.
More than... No, incorrect. Incorrect, Chester. 379. In fact, for the longest time, the main language of the Great Duchy of Lithuania was Ruthenian. So no. No, there was no such series of religious attempts and social attempts to choke other cultures. That is also incorrect. You have no knowledge of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is pretty shocking because I'm pretty sure parts of Latvia were actually within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So such historical illiteracy is just shocking to me. Notable historians from Ukraine will say that there was no such thing, even though it would be very much in a nationalist interest to say that it was. You have no clue what you're talking about. Absolutely none. I'm sorry, I've read quite a lot extensively on the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. What you're talking about is totally incorrect. And regional identity and regional, it does not mean what you think it does. It was not, first of all, it was not based on ethnicity. I can already tell you that. Regional identities were not based on ethnicity. In fact, regional identities, even after the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth stopped being a thing, were not a thing based on ethnicity. In fact, okay, it's book time. It's book time. It's time we're gonna crack open a smart book. It's time. On every stream, it seems like we have to open a book because some illiterate wants to speak of history without knowing anything about. No, it was not ethnicity. It was anything but ethnicity. Jesus. This is turning into an educational moment. So pay attention, Chester. You might learn something. Or not. I don't care if you do. We start on the brink of the 20th century. Nothing actually showed that Poland might be reborn as an independent country. After the January uprising, which was sort of destroyed 30 years earlier, and only a memory of the Tsar terror was left after it, which really choked out any national freedom, that it actually endangered the existence of Polishness itself. Ethnicity played a major role in the fight for regional identity. If you think that was a thing in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, then you should hit the books, because you have no idea what you're talking about. Absolutely none. What was Polishness back then? There is no simple answer to this question. Belonging to a nation or to a community which was of different regions, which had joint traditions about a liquidated country, was felt by about 30% of people speaking in Polish. And most of them were descendants of noble families, which just tried to venerate the memory of their ancestors. But I want to go to a fragment that will be crucial here. Where is it? A fragment that will be most interesting for us. The politics of the Tsar have halted all gaining of an overall national identity by the peasants. Most of the Commonwealth regions, for most regions, the most common of unity between people was a local unity, a local bond. And it did not go outside of their neighborhood or local church. The identification of local communities were as such: I'm from here, I'm a peasant, I'm a farmer, I'm a Catholic. Notice here, there is no ethnic description here. At most you had, I belong to this town, I do this job, I'm a peasant, I'm a farmer, I'm a Catholic. There was no, I am Polish. And what I'm reading about here is on the brink of the 20th century, the end of the 19th century. And you're telling me that people were starting to build a big ethnic and even national identity during the times of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth? Can you name me any source, any published book that speaks about this? this big ethnic unity that people locally felt. Do you know what the Polish peasants did when they went to Lithuania, to the so-called wild fields? They learned Lithuanian and became part of the community. You might get a delay, but I just answered this. When the Polish peasants moved to Lithuania, they switched to Lithuanian in order to be part of the communities that they now inhabited. That is what happened. So what? They switched ethnicities, effectively? Here we're in politics. You just don't know what you're talking about. You have no clue. You're lost. You're completely lost. You're lost. Well, you must find your way because things are not good. Things are not looking good. Things are looking mighty bad. I'm talking to Chester, not to you. Don't worry, Cyber. It's okay. You're okay. You're okay, Cyber. So let's just continue watching this. It's just...
And now that everyone is paying attention, they're doing so from a place of zero context.
And this is after the war in Donbass, by the way. This is during.
Wait.
Huh?
Okay, wait. What is the war in Donbass?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked.
And so it's not surprising that even the people who should have known better got so much completely wrong. And so the first question I'd like to ask is, why? Why did everyone assume, most importantly the Russians, that Ukraine was just too divided to fight back?
This area that we've been talking about so much, as the general pointed out, they don't really need to go into this area because it's so heavily Russian anyway. It's a problem for Western Ukraine.
This is one part of a 4-part series. Please subscribe and stick with me on this because this is going to go some crazy places. But I promise I'm going to show you sides of the story that no one else.
Oh my god. That sounds like me. This is going to go crazy places and yeah. I should be speaking more like this. I swear. I should speak more like this. It's okay. It's okay. The graphics are not that impressive anyway. If you donate, I'm gonna show you the video.
Also showed you. So we start in 2000 with the typical post-communist story. Freedom, misplaced optimism, privatizations, economic crisis, oligarchs, IMF structural adjustment programs, unsteady recovery, and a strongman leader. And in the early 2000s, Ukraine's strongman, Leonid Kuchma, was having a bad time.
Oh, this is so old school. Oh my gosh. This is so old school. And I remember it. Oh my gosh.
Bodyguard had just released a secret 500-hour recording of all of his office hours. A recording in which not only did he solicit bribes, threaten politicians, discuss strategies to rig elections, and authorize the sale of an illegal weapon to Saddam Hussein, he...
Uh-oh. Weapons of mass destruction. Boombox. This is a radio. You've been boomboxed. Yanukovych.
He also asked his security minister to take care of a troublesome journalist.
Oh, damn. This looks like David Tennant. I'm not gonna go back, but this looks like David Tennant. I like David Tennant a lot.
Which is a very bad thing to be heard saying about a journalist 3 months before his decapitated corpse is discovered in the woods.
Uh-oh.
People were fed up.
Ay, ay, ay.
But even more dangerously, two of Kuchma's subordinates had become decidedly more popular than him. Viktor Yushchenko was a neoliberal economist who had run the central bank in the 90s and developed a reputation for being unusually honest. When Kuchma found his government insolvent and completely cut off by both the IMF and the private sector...
I've actually watched some of this video before, but we can watch it on stream. I've watched some of this before.
...put Yushchenko in charge of finding money. Yushchenko in turn put a woman named Yulia Tymoshenko in charge of finding it in the energy sector. Yulia Tymoshenko had been the oligarch with a near monopoly on importing natural gas from Russia. But when the political winds changed, she was pushed out, investigated multiple times, and lost most of her money. So she reinvented herself as a anti-oligarch oligarch, the politician who could make the other energy oligarchs pay because she knew the ropes. She managed to close $4 billion a year's worth of loopholes by which energy oligarchs were milking the government dry. And Yushchenko took the money and used it to pay down money owed to pensioners. In a country mired in enough corruption, a tight-fisted conservative neoliberal can become a populist hero.
Daję wam chlebek. Yeah, I know this video. It's a good video. I watched it before. By the way, we're gonna have to challenge Loner Box finally. It's time. We've waited far too long for our little challenge of Loner Box. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to debate Holodomor.
If Kuchma was going to win his next election, he was going to need to get rid of the two of them without generating a backlash. So first he tried to split them up by forcing Yushchenko to fire Team.
Basically, we're watching a video about the build-up to Euromaidan. I have not watched all four.
Tymoshenko, and then he put Tymoshenko in jail. When that didn't work, he just fired Yushchenko, but Yushchenko immediately formed an opposition party which immediately went to the top of the polls. And when that didn't work, Kuchma realized he was not going to win re-election. So he decided to pick a successor that could run against Yushchenko. That candidate ended up being his current prime minister, Viktor Yanukovych. But Viktor Yanukovych was a former street tough with no real campaigning skills and zero charisma. So instead of trying to win on charm, he turned the race into a linguistic culture war.
Viktor Andreevich, if you think that you will win and you will become the president of Ukraine, you are deeply mistaken. If you win, you can become the president of part of Ukraine.
Blunting Yushchenko's anti-corruption message by spreading rumors that he was going to split the country and possibly ban the Russian language or even ban the Russian Orthodox Church.
Nobody will be closing any Russian language schools. Third, nobody will be dividing Ukraine into three sorts of Ukrainians, as was suggested on placards, on posters in Kyiv and most of Ukraine, which were put up, by the way, by pro-government forces. Crimea will always belong to Crimeans and Ukraine. Nobody will be surrounding Luhansk and Donetsk with barbed wire. You're a serious person. Don't repeat these myths. Unity of Ukraine, let's consider it a holy temple, which every politician should guard. And when he loses, he shouldn't run to a neighboring country and say, let's play the card of separatism, federalism, let's create a southern and eastern republic.
Now, you've probably heard some things about Ukraine being divided between Russians and Ukrainians, and that's partially true, but misleading. In reality, everyone in Ukraine speaks Russian. and about 70% of Ukrainians speak Ukrainian. When people say Russians or ethnic Russians or Russian speakers, they mean the segment of the population that can't speak Ukrainian. The real divide in Ukraine is a three-way split between ethnic Ukrainian nationalists in the far west, the professional middle class based in Kyiv, who tended towards Russian because you needed it to advance in the Soviet bureaucracy, and the Russophone east of the country, which was previously the Soviet Union's industrial heartland and is now Ukraine's Rust Belt. The first group tended towards Yulia Tymoshenko, the second towards Yushchenko, and the third group towards Viktor Yanukovych. But since all three of them had come out of the same administration and were all pursuing basically the same economic and foreign policies, Yanukovych was going to need a deeper issue to act as a wedge between Yushchenko and the east of the country. And he found the United States.
The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military.
In 2004, the US's global reputation was plummeting, and Yushchenko's wife was American. So the regime-controlled media portrayed Yushchenko as a puppet of America who wanted to tear Ukraine away from Russia and put it in NATO. This was a weird accusation, because it was Kuchma who had desperately wanted to get Ukraine in NATO, going so far as to send 1,000 soldiers to Iraq as a bribe to George Bush. But Kuchma controlled TV, so it stuck, and it attracted Ukraine's anti-Russian far right to Yushchenko's cause. This in turn made the East nervous, not so much because of any worry about ethnic violence, but more because Ukrainian nationalism feels like an attack on their cultural self-identity, as the people who liberated Ukraine from Hitler, rather than the people who conquered Ukraine for Stalin. This is all to say that the divide in Ukraine is more like a US-style culture war than a Balkan-style ethnic struggle. For politicians and oligarchs, it's mostly just a tool for cynically juking voter turnout. A farce.
Вони будуть плямувати моє ім'я, моїх друзів, що я фашист, що я нацик, що я не люблю Росії. Ви знаєте...
But the Kremlin wasn't in on the joke. Kuchma successfully convinced them to see Yushchenko as a threat. So Russia donated $300 million to Yanukovych's campaign and sent him their best campaign professionals. And they started running as many ads as they could for Yanukovych.
Наші діти будуть пишатися Україною.
Дитячі долоні будуть в надійних руках.
Віктор Янукович.
When that didn't seem to work, Russia got the
Viktor Yanukovych,
patriarch of the Orthodox Church, to endorse Yanukovych. And finally, when it was clear that none of this was going to stop Yushchenko, they just tried to murder him.
Doctors confirmed that opposition candidate Viktor Yushchenko...
Jesus. Damn. Kill him. Get him. Got him. Get him. Kill him.
Yushchenko was poisoned during the campaign.
He claims to have been poisoned in September.
His face almost overnight changed into a scarred, bloated mass.
The government said he must have eaten some bad sushi.
And so, when even that didn't work, they...
I know how they pronounce the names. Do you mean correctly?
They just decided to rig the election.
The country's election commission ignored reports of fraud, declaring Kremlin-backed Viktor Yanukovych the winner.
The problem, of course, with all those failed attempts to bias the outcome is that they were so transparently desperate that everyone realized they were going to rig the election before they did it. So when there was a 10-point difference between the exit polls and the official returns, no one needed to sit around waiting for an investigation.
Цієї нашої команди звертаюсь до вас, щоб завтра о 9 годині ранку на площі Незалежності зібралися
Hundreds of thousands of pro-democracy Ukrainians in the streets today protested against the results of the presidential election.
Demonstrators clashed with police, hundreds of thousands protesting the results of the election and calling for a new vote.
Lukashenko has called for a nationwide strike, warning the country is on the verge of civil war.
If they shoot us, if they send tanks, no matter what, there's nothing that can overpower the will of the people.
Kuchma was now forced to choose between a Tiananmen Square-style crackdown or backing down. He backed down and cut a deal with Yushchenko to allow for a new, fair election.
Про оприлюднення результатів повторного голосування 26 грудня 2004 року з виборів президента України. Ющенко Віктор Андрійович, 15 мільйонів 115 тисяч.
And so Viktor Yushchenko became the third president of Ukraine. and Yulia Tymoshenko was announced as being his prime minister. But this begs the question. Ukraine was run by oligarchs, and it continued to be run by oligarchs. Was this really a revolution? Yes and no. First, let's talk about what we mean when we say Ukraine is an oligarchy. When we say America is an oligarchy, we just mean there's too much income inequality, and also we really need campaign finance reform. And when we say Putin's Russia is an oligarchy, we mean Putin has a bunch of billionaires who have to act as his capos, or else. But in Ukraine,
and join sort of the corporation, which he is at the top of.
Oligarchy is literal. Everyone who gets rich gets into politics. The reason is called parliamentary privilege. If you have a seat in parliament, you can't be investigated and charged with a crime, unless the rest of parliament agrees to strip you of your privilege. And even...
I mean, that's basically immunity. Which sort of is a thing in Poland as well. The immunity of the parliamentary dudes.
A legitimate businessman will need that privilege to avoid getting squeezed by a prosecutor with connections to an even bigger oligarch. So it's financial suicide not to run for office after making a lot of money, either by forming your own party or bribing a major party into giving you a slot on their candidate list. This practice is so widespread that by the early 2000s, oligarchs were buying spots on lists not for themselves, but as speculatory investments. But in Ukraine, there is no class solidarity among oligarchs, mainly because they represent different sectors of the economy and come from different parts of the country, and they regularly attack and snitch on one another in parliament. The Orange Revolution was on a surface level just the victory of one clan of oligarchs over the other, but on another level it was a revolution in a relationship between the oligarchs and the middle class. Because there's no solidarity among oligarchs, any oligarch could immediately ride to power by throwing in their lot with the middle class civil society groups. Which means in Ukrainian oligarchy, unlike in Russian oligarchy, civil society doesn't get to rule, but it does get to play kingmaker. And that diversification of power redounded down to the media. The news stations all had to compete instead of colluding. There was just one problem. Yushchenko and Tymoshenko don't actually like each other. In fact, they hate each other and are terrible at working together. And the enmity mostly seemed to be personal. Within 2 years, Yushchenko had fired her. And after new parliamentary elections made hiring anyone else impossible, he chose over her Viktor Yanukovych, a man who had previously just tried to murder him, only to again get into a power struggle with Yanukovych, fire him, bring back Yulia after finding no better option, only to get fed up with her again and start trying to illegally call new early elections. On virtually every issue, the three of them ran into gridlock. When one switched positions on a law, the other would also switch, just out of spite. And that didn't change when the mortgage crisis hit. On top of that, Russia began choking off the flow of natural gas to Ukraine in the middle of winter. This forced Tymoshenko to negotiate a new natural gas deal at a much higher price. That deal cratered her popularity, and Yushchenko began openly accusing her of being a traitor and a tool of Putin. By their last 2 years in government, Yulia and Yushchenko were just actively trying to sabotage one another. This set the perfect stage for Yanukovych to make a comeback. Now that Ukraine had an American-style electoral system, Yanukovych dumped his Russian advisors and got American ones, and they got to work selling him as the perfect candidate to get Ukraine into the EU, which was a core issue for Kyiv's middle class. See, for all the talk about pro-Western or pro-Russian politicians, all politicians have to both keep Russia happy and keep Ukraine on path to European integration. Yanukovych was no different. Why do Ukrainians need the EU when every other country seems to want to flee it? Well, reason one is just empirical. Ukraine looks at a country like Poland, which in the early 90s was in the same place as Ukraine, but is now 3 times richer.
Damn. Poland, 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 Poland. Poland is the king of Poland.
Reason 2, the EU creates a critical check on the power of oligarchs and their corruption. Joining the EU transforms Ukraine's oligarchs from being big fish in a little pond to small fish in a big pond. If a Ukrainian billionaire bribes or threatens a Ukrainian official, they'll likely get what they want. But if that same billionaire tries the same thing on a European bureaucrat, the response would be something like, "I'm sorry? Who are you? Am I supposed to be scared? Yeah, no. Come back when you've killed as many people as Deutsche Bank, thanks." And reason 3, even the oligarchs want to go to the EU because what they lose in power, they gain in the ability to go legit and cash out for huge profits. And so Yanukovych used the fact that he was seen as Russia's guy to pitch himself as the perfect leader to get Ukraine in the EU while not setting off Russia. So after he won, Yanukovych got to appeasing the Russians. He signed a 30-year lease for the Russian naval base in Crimea, which would disqualify Ukraine from joining NATO for an entire generation. And just to drive the point home, the parliament passed a law forbidding the president from joining any new foreign alliances. These moves were divisive.
Щиняється бійка між регіоналами і нунцівцями. Усе це не заважає спікеру відкрити засідання. У залі реєструється 211 депутатів, менша частина від депутатського складу.
But they passed. But Yanukovych had another agenda. Revenge. Now, let's step back 4 years. When Yanukovych was prime minister, mostly it was impossible to privatize anything because the socialists held key veto points. He was, however, able to bribe the socialists into privatizing one government asset, a massive manor that had previously been a summer house for the leaders of the Communist Party. Yanukovych had managed to sell this place off at a low price to a little-known investor named Viktor Yanukovych. And when Yanukovych and Yulia ran against each other in the 2010 presidential election, she called him out for this and implicitly threatened to renationalize the mansion. So, when Yanukovych became president, he threw her in jail.
Сьогодні я ще на свободі, але завтра вже буду за ґратами.
But that left the question of what crime to actually charge her with, since she had kept her nose clean since entering politics. So Yanukovych used the unpopular gas deal she had negotiated with Russia, arguing that she had agreed to a bad deal on purpose as part of a secret bargain with Putin, and had betrayed Ukraine. And Viktor Yushchenko, though he knew better, agreed to play along and testify against her. To the EU, this seemed like major democratic backsliding, so they made releasing Yulia from jail one of the preconditions for a EU membership. So to get the EU off his back, Yanukovych funded a massive smear campaign against Yulia, both domestically and internationally. His team shopped out stories to conservative media outlets in Israel, Europe, and the US, making her out to be an anti-Semite and a Putin stooge.
Damn.
You might remember this story because one of the political pundits that took part was Ben Shapiro. But again, the Kremlin wasn't in on the joke, and this media campaign smeared Putin as a side effect of it smearing Yulia, which sent the Russians into a paranoid frenzy. A leaked document from the Kremlin showed that even before shit went down later, they were already convinced that Yanukovych and most of his oligarchs had turned against Russia, and that it would only be a matter of time before there was a second Orange Revolution that would destroy relations between Ukraine and Russia for good. Yanukovych was oblivious to all this. So he went on trying to court Europe for a good deal, and it seemed like he was making progress, right up until 2013, when suddenly Russia decides to just start sanctioning Ukraine, and says they're going to keep sanctioning Ukraine until it drops out of the EU negotiations. Europe and America treated this as a bargaining war with fairly low stakes. Russia treated it as an existential crisis.
It's gonna be a little bit of an educational segment.
Russia's main envoy to Ukraine, Sergei Glaziev, even threatened that signing the association agreement would nullify Ukraine's statehood and would lead to a Russian military intervention. And Yanukovych thinks, okay, so this is clearly a misunderstanding. Since I solved the whole NATO problem, I just need to reassure Putin. So Yanukovych and Putin have a meeting. We don't know what happened in this meeting. What we do know is that immediately after, Yanukovych came to the EU negotiators and said he would need a huge amount of money from the IMF, something on the order of $50 billion, in order to offset...
Damn, just like the aid package.
Something to do with Russia. Because Europe and the IMF didn't know just how strong the threats had been behind closed doors, they assumed this was a cynical cash grab.
If Mr. Yanukovych thinks that the European Union should give him money, he should become very concrete and ask how much and in which way and under which circumstances.
And the EU was already inclined to see the Ukraine as more of a burden than an opportunity. So they didn't bite. So Yanukovych walked away from Europe with nothing.
President Viktor Yanukovych has said he's only suspending, not cancelling Ukraine's planned deal on closer ties with the EU and still intends to sign an agreement at a later date. There's no change to our plans. We think we can sign once we get down to work and find solutions for economic problems.
But failure wasn't really an option for Yanukovych. He had won his election on a promise that he would get Ukraine into the EU, and now it looked like he had just been stringing everyone along.
Почему так мало людей? Вот в 5-миллионном городе вот сюда вот пришли только вот полсотни человек.
Півгодини тому тут стояло 50 людей. Огляніться, скільки зараз. І це тільки початок. Сьогодні збереться декілька сотень, можливо, тисяча. Завтра збереться 10 тисяч. Післязавтра збереться 100 тисяч, а потім піднімуться мільйони.
In the Ukraine, thousands of anti-government demonstrators turned out again today, and some opposition leaders called for nationwide strikes after a night of bloody clashes between protesters and police.
Hundreds of thousands of protesters have stormed the streets of the Ukrainian capital in recent days, upset that the country's president, Viktor Yanukovych, walked away from a deal with the European Union after warnings from Russia.
The thing you realize as you watch and read most of the journalism about Euromaidan is that it's almost impossible not to get swept away with the ultra-violent spectacle. Every report slowly bleeds into the same montage of blood-soaked scalps, burning tires, and candid snuff films. So instead I'll try to focus on the politics. Originally, support for the protests mostly only came from the sectors of the country that hated Yanukovych already. But the crackdowns were so excessive, it spread the backlash rather than crushing the movement. And soon the leaders of the three biggest opposition parties had positioned themselves as the leaders of the movement. Those three men were 1. Arseny Yatsenyuk, a young technocrat who had taken the lead of Yulia Tymoshenko's party while she was in prison, Vitaly Klitschko, the former heavyweight champion who ended up inheriting what was left of Yushchenko's base after he left the presidency, and Oleg Tyenebok, the slightly creepy leader of the crypto-Nazi Svoboda Party, who had found unprecedented success in the last round of parliamentary elections by moderating his image and by selling himself as a protest vote. And maybe because of all the money and free publicity he was getting from Yanukovych's party in the hopes that Yanukovych could run against him instead of a more formidable opponent. As the movement got bigger and more institutionalized, Yanukovych got scared. So he went a step further and tried to pass an anti-protest bill so vague it could plausibly criminalize just about anything. And that scared everyone in Ukraine. Protests spread to Yanukovych's part of the country in the south and the east. With his political base ready to disown him, Yanukovych had no choice but to start negotiating. Russia took this as a sign that they were right about Yanukovych, that he was going to betray them, especially when they found out the American embassy was arbitrating the negotiations. So they put more pressure on him to break off negotiations and instead end the protests with overwhelming force. Yanukovych was trapped between a rock and a hard place, and his own party and security services were divided between hardliners and Democrats. Shortly after, the shooting started.
The police are shooting directly at protesters.
Here, a CNN photographer captures
Shooting
the
and
moment
looting.
when a group of medics is seen helping a man lying on the ground. There is a shot. One medic falls to the ground and tries to crawl away. We don't know if he survived.
The death toll is still being counted, but in our hotel, which became a makeshift hospital run by volunteer doctors, 13 bodies were brought into reception.
Yanukovych, like Kuchma before him, realized he was either going to have to sign a deal or spark a civil war. So negotiations started to form a new unity government. Yanukovych would stay president, the leadership troika of the protests would get jobs as prime minister and his deputies, and they would all act as caretakers until the next election later that year.
Flanked by European foreign ministers, a stern-looking Yanukovych signed the deal. Of note, the Russian envoy refused to witness it, so the deal stands, but there's no certainty it will last. In a moment that wasn't supposed to be caught on camera, the Polish foreign minister warned the opposition, sign it, or else.
And then just before Yanukovych was about to implement that deal, the deal that would have saved Ukraine from chaos, he just suddenly got cold feet.
The president tonight is in hiding, and just look at the images coming in now. Families wandering the grounds of his luxury home outside the capital today, taking turns playing on his private golf course, helping themselves to his golf clubs.
Can I very quickly just ask you, do you know where Viktor Yanukovych is right now?
It's a good question. Millions of Ukrainians want to know where is Yanukovych.
Jubilation on the streets of the Ukrainian capital.
Western media spun this as a story of people power scaring away a big bad dictator, but the truth was much more sinister. While the crowd was angry about the shootings, it shouldn't have been impossible to pacify them once the deal was signed and the Maidan triumvirate was on Yanukovych's side. But one of the annexes of the agreement was that there would be an investigation into who shot who on the 20th. And the leaders of Yanukovych's security forces either thought or were convinced by someone that Yanukovych was getting ready to throw them under the bus. So they decided to betray him first. Someone in the chain of command between Yanukovych and the riot cops ordered the cops to withdraw from all government buildings. And they, along with their boss, just disappeared. They would reappear a few weeks later either in Russia or in Crimea, which was already in the process of being invaded by Russia. There was now no one standing between Yanukovych and the angry protesters except the far-right militias who were acting as Maidan's security forces. Which means Yanukovych would have to renegotiate his resignation with
Okay, Karasu absolutely should not be white.
Zero leverage. Or, he could sneak out with as much of his expensive stuff as he could stuff into a hip helicopter. But for now, all Ukrainians knew was their president had ghosted, and they would need to move fast to prevent the state from collapsing.
Ghosted by
so
a
even
president.
Yanukovych's own party threw their hands up in frustration and voted to kick him out of office and put in a provisional government. Yanukovych showed up again in Russia, claiming the vote to remove him was unconstitutional and that he was still the president, which was probably true, but there's a remedy for that. You come back and challenge it in court. And he was literally refusing to come back because of some phantom assassination plot he refused to explain. Whether this was because he genuinely didn't...
I mean, he has experience with a past assassination plot, so maybe he thought that if he did it, then it would have been done to him. That's a pretty common psychological thing. If I did it, then somebody else will do it against me. So that's a pretty simple to explain thing.
Feel safe, or if Russia had his back to the wall, he was now giving Russia the pretext they wanted to deliver on their previous threats.
Никто меня не свергнул.
I said you should not be white.
Я вынужден был покинуть Украину под непосредственной угрозой своей жизни и жизни своих близких.
Not that Russia had waited for his permission. Many of the country's news stations in the east are controlled by a pro-Kremlin oligarch, and when Yanukovych fled, they started running scare stories about how the new government was full of Nazis who would make speaking Russian illegal. This spurred protests in the mostly Russian-speaking cities in the south and the east of the country. Then, in a sort of parody of the original Maidan, Russia organized mini-coups in all the regional capitals of oblasts where Yanukovych had won. Using the protests as cover, those new fake coup governments could declare themselves independent republics and then ask Putin for humanitarian intervention. At the time, people thought these were spontaneous protests. We only discovered otherwise because the phone call in which Sergei Glazyev directed and talked about cash payments for the protesters was leaked. It didn't work. It turns out you cannot actually sustain a revolution with 200 paid thugs. That is, except in Crimea, because in Crimea, they had help.
Извините, вы можете сказать, из какой базы вы, из какой страны? Вы можете ответить на какой-нибудь вопрос?
You can. If
Yeah, they don't want to say
makes you
anything.
look like-
They're not wearing any insignia, but it's pretty clear that they're Russian.
Spetsnaz units without insignia had simply landed outside the city, marched in, disarmed the police, and simply put the local military installation under a light siege.
To what America is officially calling a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russian troops spreading out throughout the strategic Crimean Peninsula. President Obama speaking with...
And as much as the US apparently did not care about this when it happened, Poland was freaking out as it happened. I don't know how Hungary reacted, but Poland was absolutely freaking out about this. This was I know that for a fact. Poland was freaking out about this.
Russian President Vladimir Putin apparently pulling no punches, although it is unclear what the White House can really do about all of this.
At which point, a referendum for more autonomy was called for May. But then that referendum was immediately canceled and replaced with a new one about joining Russia to be held 2 weeks from now. And 2 weeks later, joining Russia won 95% of the vote, with 90% turnout, which was quite an achievement considering only 60% of the population was ethnically Russian. Up to this point,
you.
the stakes of Ukraine's fake cable news culture war had just been hurt feelings. Now the stakes are existential because one side thought the other were bloodthirsty Nazis intent on killing all Russians and put in power by the American government, and the other saw their opponents as fifth columnists in a foreign invasion. The Ukrainian state was on the brink. People were dying, and Vladimir Putin was sitting pretty. And here's where I'm going to pause, because here is where the actual mystery starts. Putin has conquered a piece of territory Russian nationalists have wanted back since 1991. His approval ratings are through the roof. Ukraine now cannot join NATO because the NATO charter specifically forbids entry for any country with an outstanding territorial dispute.
The whole war was like a big deal.
And
The invasion of Russia in 2014.
Ukraine's nationalists have now suffered a huge black eye because they let a chunk of territory go without a fight. If Putin walks away here, he walks away with everything he wants. But instead of doing that, he... And now a special thank you to my patrons. Kitten of the Yarn Persuasion, Diana Banana, Big Nove, Diano,
And that's it.
Kimma Berry, Tedsville.
He would say nothing because he never says anything. I mean, they, I don't know who they are. But the answer would be nothing because when a person has nothing to say and is very confident about a bunch of nonsense, they will usually be quiet. Silence will usually follow, which isn't necessarily bad. If you don't know enough about a thing, don't talk about it. That is or not enough. If you don't know anything about something, don't speak on it. Because the nationalism in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was just the most comical statement of the day. The nationalists that wanted to subjugate all minorities in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So what now? What are we doing now? I have to think. Do I have any more topics for you? I mean, I do, but let me think. I'm not sure if we have time for Baldur's Gate today anymore. Where's the... Immigrants? What about immigrants? Do you want to talk about immigrants? Want to talk to me about immigrants? Why can't I find the second chat? Where did it go? Where did it disappear to? Oh, here. I mean, we will watch all of them, but we're not gonna watch them right now. That's the thing. I don't have the stamina to watch them all now. Damn. So what now? Let me check something. Okay, let's watch here. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll talk about this tomorrow. What else? A Polish journalist. About this, I can talk about it just a little bit. There's a Polish journalist that I've been following on X/Twitter, who basically went to Ukraine as a journalist and has been living in Donbass, I believe, for 2 years now as part of the troops. She organizes stuff. She's been very busy lately trying to get funds for cars because old cars have been destroyed by Russia. So she's been buying more cars to bring to the front line, which is a pretty neat thing to see. Also, secondarily, there's this medic that I've been also following, who gives almost daily reports and speaks on how medics are basically deliberately targeted and how places where the wounded are being gathered to be transported further are also being deliberately targeted. So that's a thing. Oh, there's actually a big topic that I could talk about right now. Speaking of medics, do you know what is a big thing that is needed in war and that is needed in when it comes to war medics to treating the wounded? Do you know what it is? I can give you a hint. It's blood. The thing is blood. And Russia, that was actually one of the biggest things that tipped people off that Russia would be invading. The bags with blood. Remember? The moving of the bags with blood. And Russia, it seems, has decided on a new brilliant scheme, which is, and we're gonna see if there's an article on this because this is a biggie. I have to find this. There was a story about Russia forcing the people in the occupied areas to basically donate blood. You know, the peoples in the occupied areas were basically forced to donate quote unquote blood in order to sort of, you know, to contribute to the war effort. I'm gonna see if I can find it, because I find this to be very interesting. Let's see if I can find it.
I can't, then I'm just gonna drop it and see if I can find it off stream. Vampires. That is actually what I thought when I read it. There's an even funnier thing that Russia has announced that it does not have enough anti-air defense to protect Petersburg, but well, I cannot find it. I'm pretty sure I saw it somewhere, but I cannot find it now. That's a lesson for me, to sort of save things and prepare them beforehand. I cannot find it, sorry. Guess we're gonna have to do it tomorrow if I find it, and if not, not. Oh well. I think we're gonna end for today. We've been streaming for like 6 hours almost, so I guess love and solidarity, and we love our non-binary siblings. Am I right? Or am I right? I think I'm right. I might be right. I might be right, but I'm not right-wing.